Good morning. Thank you, Michael and Janine, for your help in getting everything set up. Good morning. I'm Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Board. Today is Tuesday, June 2nd, and it is 9:34, and I would like to call our meeting to order. I'll start customarily by introducing our fellow board members. With me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Tam Doda, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. Also assisting us today are our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Deputy Directors, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, and assisting us today is Janine Townsend, the Clerk of the Board, and Margie as well is with us. Margie Argill, sorry Margie, your last name, I had to double check on it. I want to also let you know this meeting is being webcast and recorded, obviously. So when you speak, please say your name clearly into your phone or the microphone on your computer. Also, as a result of the COVID-19 emergency, we're obviously conducting today's board meeting remotely. And we have been now, I think this is our fifth board meeting. Today, just so some of you may have recognized, we're not using Cali PA's video streaming service. We don't have access to our building. Usually our chief counsel and clerk of the board are there in the building, helping facilitate this meeting. We are all virtual today, and so we won't be able to use the infrastructure we would use normally, and instead you are on YouTube streaming service, I believe. If you are wanting to comment on today's board meeting, you will need to send an email, though. The instructions can be found on the notice for today's board meeting, but if you need, you can send an email to commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. Indicate the agenda item you'd like to comment on, and you will be given credentials to join us here on the Zoom platform where we are taking public comment. I'd also like to flag that we're going to change the order of the agenda a little. On today's agenda item number 9 for the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, we had it last. It will actually be brought up first, and we will hear it as soon as we can after 11 o'clock. And so that means we may end up going to item number 5 and finishing before 11 or sometime after, or perhaps if we finish prior to 11, we'll take a break. I'll also flag, just to complicate things further, that I'm going to actually hand the meeting over to our Vice Chair, Doreen Diadamo, in order to attend a quick meeting for about an hour, and then we'll be back to the board meeting. And appreciate the flexibility on everyone's part for that. Before I go into public forum, I do want to just take a moment to acknowledge that we're in a moment of a lot of frustration and pain, justifiably so, and a good bit of unrest. I did take pause and think perhaps, given the situation and circumstances that we have continuing to unfold, the real need to focus on a critical conversation for our society, our nation, our communities, and perhaps not continue on with today's work as if everything were continuing on as normal. But when I reflect upon the work of this board, when I reflect that here we are 50 years on from the passage of the Civil Rights Act, an incredible time and period in our nation then of unrest, but of commitment to a future society where we saw passage of the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, along with the Civil Rights Act, and it does, and even the formation of this board itself, some 50 years on. And it does provide, I think, for me, some connection. And I think that I wanted to acknowledge the pain, the frustration that's going on, but then also acknowledge that it's an opportunity for all of us, not unlike that 50 years ago when so many of these discussions were really first brought and addressed and attempted to be addressed. But here we are 50 years on, knowing that race, that the color of our skin, but also just the tensions and need to address, I guess, this conversation is important. But so too, again, are the discussions that we have at this board when we talk about providing clean and safe drinking water, when we provide we talk about providing a clean and safe environment and acknowledge the racial disparities there too, where communities of color are disproportionately impacted by dirty air, dirty water. And so just want to take a moment to again acknowledge that frustration, that pain, and also recommit, at least myself, but I know so many of my colleagues here on this board and at this agency to this critical space of figuring out what the next 50 years look like, how we continue to recommit ourselves to a shared community and society where access to clean water, access to clean air, having healthy, vibrant communities isn't determinative by these long-standing frustrations and societal challenges that we have. And the board is here as but a small part, but as I think this crisis is one of faith in government and institutions to carry out that vision that I think we've all continued to try to recommit ourselves to. And it's just wanted to acknowledge that. So just thank everyone for their continued work and today's discussions, which I think as we talk about groundwater management, as I look at the list of items on today's agenda, provide us that space to be contemplative and appropriately within our sphere here when we talk about water and managing the state's resources. So just thanks. With that, move on to public forum. Public forum is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the board on an item that is not on our agenda. And I believe we have a couple of public commenters.
Yes, we do.
Hand it over to Janine to help us introduce and bring those folks up.
We have Mr. Barry Nelson. And Mr. Nelson, you have been unmuted in your video. You can
Thank you. Thank you so much. Chair Esquivel, board members, thank you. Barry Nelson with the Golden State Salmon Association. And Chair Esquivel, thank you for your opening comments today, which were right on point. I've appeared before the board several times this year regarding Bay Delta flow standards, and I plan to do that again today. But all I'll do is to mention on that front is to urge the board to read Rick Frank's recent op-ed in Cal Matters about your role and the future of voluntary agreements. He points out that without a credible state board standard setting process, acceptable voluntary agreements are highly unlikely. What I would like to focus on today is to thank the state board. Yesterday, your executive director rejected, perhaps more accurately, did not approve the Bureau's proposed temperature management plan for the upper Sacramento River. We'd like to thank the board and your staff for that decision. As your director mentioned in the letter to the Bureau caused a devastating fish kill in 2014 and 2015, killing 97% of endangered winter run salmon on the Sacramento River, and a similar number of fall run. The fall run, of course, is the unlisted run that our industry depends on. We're very worried that another fish kill could happen again this year. The last fish kills were caused in large part by inadequate and irresponsible modeling by the Bureau, exactly the situation we face today. But the situation today is worse. The current federal biological opinion for the CVP eliminates carryover storage requirements to maintain adequate cold water behind Shasta Dam. The take limits in that biological opinion literally allow the Bureau to kill 100% of the winter run in the Sacramento River for 3 years running without violating the requirements of the biological opinion. And of course, the NIMS biological opinion has no protections at all for the fall run. Yours is the only agency with the authority, the responsibility to require flows and temperatures to protect the fall run, the $1.4 billion salmon fishing industry, and our 23,000 jobs. That is often forgotten in this water policy debate. We'd like to thank the staff for requiring more information from the Bureau. That letter refers to potential economic impacts from stronger action to increase temperature protections. We urge you also to carefully evaluate the potential economic impacts on the fishing industry of not requiring adequate temperature protections. We saw those impacts after the last fish kill. Unfortunately, the board cannot require on the Bureau as a good faith partner on this issue. We thank you for requiring them to provide additional information and for protecting the California salmon fishing industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Nelson. Next, Ms. Townsend.
Actually, we do not have one. We cannot get a hold of our other individuals, so I think we could go on to the next
Okay.
item.
And if the individual trying to comment on public comment is having challenges, do email comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov, and hopefully we can get you in next time then.
Well, let me just, sorry to interrupt, Chair Esquivel. We do have one individual who's in the list right now who we cannot tie to our waiting list. Mr. Deach, if you happen to be in the Zoom meeting at this point in time, could you either on your computer over down where the participants appear, go ahead and click on the participant list, and then there's an option to raise hand. We have one computer that came in with a name untied to any of our speakers. So at this point in time, I think you're fine, Chair Esquivel, moving on to the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Lawfer. With that, we'll move on to our first item, which is consideration of adoption of the board meetings from the prior, board meeting minutes from the prior meeting. Just flag, I think there was an incorrect date on the online board meeting. The notice that was posted, it referred to a May 15th board meeting when it should be May 19th. But otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
Chair Esquivel, I also need to mention that there is a missing time of the end of the board meeting. We'll just have to fill that in when Mr. Lawfer gets back to his office, because apparently the notes are in his office.
It is actually, it was at 4:05 that the board adjourned that day.
Perfect. Thank you.
So if the minutes can be updated to reflect that as part of the motion.
Oh, Board Member Dodek, you're on mute.
I'll move for adoption of the minutes as amended with the ending time of, what was it,
4:05.
4:05.
I'll second.
Great. Ms. Townsend, can you please do a roll call vote?
Sure. Board Member Dodek.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you as well. The motion carries. Board meeting minutes are adopted. Thank you, everyone. With that, we'll move on to a bucket of 3 informational items here. The first being an update on the board's actions and responses to COVID-19. And I think for that, we have our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek. For those that haven't tuned into previous board meetings, we've been providing a pretty regular update on some of the activities and responses from the board as we've responded to the COVID-19 crisis and response. And I think today we have some additional information and activities and numbers. So, Sobek.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I'm going to turn this over in 1 minute to Max Gomberg to fill you in on some of those activities. I just wanted to let the board members and the public, somebody might want to be on mute. We're getting some background noises. To know that all state agencies have been asked to direct 5% of their staff to assist in contact tracing of COVID-19 cases. So that applies to all the Cal EPA agencies, including the water boards, both the state water board and the regional water boards. So we have provided a list of between 90 and 100 of our employees who are going to be redirected to do this work through the Department of Public Health. Many of them volunteered. Some of them, we didn't quite have enough volunteers, so we have redirected and individuals for this effort. And we really want to thank all of them. They're going to be doing work that is really important for the state. It's going to contribute to our own individual personal health and the collective public health of the state. It is going to put a little bit of a burden on the rest of our employees to pick up that work that their colleagues were doing. This is very sudden. And so I want to thank everybody, both those who are being asked to serve in this new capacity and those who are staying in their regular jobs. And I want to just ask the indulgence of board members and the public. It is, until we kind of readjust, probably going to affect our performance to a certain degree. We will do our best to pick up the work of our colleagues. The folks who had been recruited are generally in our administrative and support categories of work. So those functions are going to be the most affected. So please bear with us. And, we are really grateful for their service and happy to help contribute to this effort. So I wanted to let folks know. And now I will turn it over to Max Gomberg to give you an update.
Before you do that, Ms. Sobek, a question for you. If I understand what you just said, it sounds like the majority of staff being redirected is from the state board. Therefore, there should be less impact on the regional boards, or is that not correct?
We looked at the categories of people that they were requesting us to provide, and then asked for and looked at the 5% of those numbers. So it depended upon how many of those individuals were distributed to state boards and regional boards. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I think it probably affected more state board employees because we do have DAS and other, and also DFA that have many more individuals in those categories. But the regions did contribute as well, and even though they had fewer of these administrative support categories of people, so even losing one person does have an impact on their productivity. I can get you. I'd be happy to get you that breakdown.
I'm interested. As we all know, the regional boards are, feet to the ground. I mean, they're there and more, immediate with respect to the mission critical activities that we have. So yes, not that there's anything we can do about it at this point, but I would be interested in that information.
Yeah, I just think there's, we also, it was very difficult to figure out where to redirect people. Being able to process HR matters, being able to process payments through Division of Financial Assistance, they are all really critical functions. So we will do the best we can. At the moment, the assignment has been for 6 to 8 months is what we've been told. So we will see often those kinds of emergency assignments end up being longer than anticipated, but hopefully we will be through the throes and the need for tracing cases will diminish over time. Okay, if there are no further questions, I will turn it over to Max.
Thank you, Eileen. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, board members, Max Gomberg. I'm going to give a brief update today on the board's actions in response to Executive Order N4220, which the governor issued back in April, which relates to water systems, shutoffs, reconnections, and other support during this COVID-19 crisis. Next slide. So I want to start with something that we issued yesterday, which is a voluntary questionnaire to the community water systems, the roughly 2,900 community water systems in the state. And as I mentioned the last time we had an update, what we're trying to get at here is a good statewide picture of what's actually happening in terms of water system finances and operations to really help the board figure out how to best respond and support both ratepayers and water systems during this time of pandemic and crisis. And so there are really two categories here. You see them listed on the slides in terms of revenue impacts to water systems. We know those are being driven by decreased use because many businesses remain closed or operating at
less than full capacity. And then, of course, many people are unemployed, and so there's less ability for them to pay all of their utility bills, including their water bills. And for some of our water systems, particularly some of our smaller community systems in the state, that's already putting a strain on their cash reserves. So we really want to get a sense of what is the magnitude of this. As you know, there have been national level estimates of impacts, but we're really trying to get actual numbers based on what our water systems are experiencing over the past couple months now. And then, of course, on the category of supplies and equipment as pertains to critical operations, we want to know if there are issues related to treatment, parts and equipment, so that we can quickly coordinate with the overall statewide emergency response and make sure that there is a continuous flow of safe and accessible drinking water to everyone in the state. So that questionnaire was released yesterday. It's a web form. It shouldn't take people very long to fill it out. It's some really basic questions. We're going to ask for monthly updates for the duration of the crisis, so we know what's happening over time. But I do want to emphasize it's voluntary. And so we just encourage water systems to spend 10, 15 minutes filling it out. Really do think it'll help inform the overall response from government at all levels, local, state, federal. So please, there with the form that went out, there's my contact information if anyone has questions about it. Next slide. So turning to another aspect of our implementation actions, after the issuance of the executive order, along with the guidelines we released last month, we created a website. You see the URL there at the top of the slide, where anyone can file a report if they're experiencing an issue with the shutoff or reconnection, lack of access to alternate payment options. And these reports can be filed anonymously. We're looking on a daily basis to see what's coming in, and responding to water systems when we get these reports in. Next slide. And so this is just a brief explainer of the process, what happens. My staff are checking daily to see what reports are coming in, and when we do get one in, we're following up with the water supplier that is mentioned in the report. The water supplier, their contact gets an email as well, but we're following up to ensure that that is being read, and that there is a response to whatever the nature of the complaint is. And then if the report is not filed anonymously and the person filing provides contact information and we need additional context, we'll follow up with the report filer as well. Next slide. So far, it's only been a dozen reports through the website. And I'll just say that a number of the situations described in the reports are really complex situations. In some cases, there's a shutoff that has been in existence well predating the executive order date of declaration of emergency of March 4. And those often correspond to other longstanding disputes or challenges, whether it's about occupancy or ownership or who's the customer of record. There was one case where the people occupying the residence said they were unable to establish their record as a customer because the actual person on the bill is incarcerated in another state. These are challenges that we are not going to be able to solve, but we're monitoring, we're following up with the water systems. We're trying to encourage resolution, because it really is so critical for everyone to have access to that running water for critical sanitation during this pandemic. Next slide.
Hey, Max, can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
It seems like, in a state of 40 million, 12 reports is not a lot. And maybe that's a sign that water systems are being proactive and are aware of the executive order and have taken steps to make sure that, there are no water shutoffs currently. But another concern I would have is if the word is not getting out to the public about the availability of that reporting tool. So I was just wondering if you could comment on what we're doing to reach out to communities to make sure that they're aware that this reporting tool is available.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Board Member McGuire. So we have been trying to circulate, the word about this tool being available through the water system associations, through advocacy and technical assistance providers, and just generally when we release the guidelines, highlighting it as part of the media materials as well. I will say, given our experience during the drought and a similar website we set up for people to report water waste during the drought, it takes time for uptake, and increasing usage of these type of reporting tools. But once people really do understand that it's available, know how easy it is to fill it out, I do expect the numbers to go up, although hopefully not too much, given that the water systems are doing a good job, trying to maintain service to people. But I will say during the same period, that is from early April through now, we had over 200 reports on that water waste site. And that's been in existence, of course, now for years. So just to give sort of some idea of the magnitude, I do expect the numbers to go up as more people become aware.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. And so this slide, here's just an example of one where we did get a complaint that was clearly problematic. You see over there on the right, the customer had received a shutoff, notice, imminent shutoff notice warning, and used the website to file the complaint, included a photo of that shutoff notice. And so that allowed us to follow up with the water supplier, who said essentially, oh, that was our mistake. That was the wrong notice. We're following the law. We don't intend to shut that customer or anyone else off. And so then they followed up with the resident to make that correction. So I do hope that we're able to facilitate more of those types of resolutions as well. And just in closing, Chair Esquivel, I really appreciated your words at the opening of the meeting this morning. This is a really trying time in our society, and to address hundreds of years of racism and injustice is a big task, and all of us as individuals, but also as representatives of institutions of government, really need to be up to that. And this work that we're doing, and the work we're doing just overall in the space of the human right to water, and trying to build equity into our programs, I think is really critical for doing our small part to redress historical wrongs. And as the governor said yesterday, right, this is on us. This is on us. It's the institutions that are failing people. So just want to thank you and commit that that is something that I personally and us as a unit are committed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gumberg. Much appreciated. Any further questions, comments from board members?
I just wanted to, build on Board Member McGuire's comments and just say that I think really we need to do a lot more to get the word out. And I understand it takes time, but I think we could be a lot more proactive in sharing this information in communication outlets that particularly that reach to populations that can be disenfranchised or most likely to be experiencing shutoffs. So I just really hope that we can do more as an institution to do that. And then secondly, my understanding is there's also a reporting mechanism from water systems to put up their policies that, you know, like you said, many were in place well before the executive order, and there is a law that has given guidance and restrictions on shutoffs and penalties. It would be great to get an update on how that reporting has gone. And I think just overall, you know, this issue is not going to go away. I think it's going to get worse for in our communities and state. And so I think we need to, I really appreciate the efforts to get the voluntary questionnaire out. I also really think that it's critical that we get information to understand how compliance is going, what impacts systems are having, and also how we're able to implement the executive order on the ground with water providers. And so I think that other reporting tool is also important. And it would be great to get more information about how that's going. And then finally, you know, I know we have the electronic annual report that this past year collected information around shutoffs. It would be great to get an informational item or update on what we've learned from this year's annual report, and you know, what improvements are being made for our reporting process and how we're using that tool. I know it's a lot to ask. You know, we ask a lot of systems that we regulate, and you know, having to fill out reports can be challenging, but I want to make sure that we're continuing to learn from the information we're collecting, and that we're you know, being strategic about making sure that we're getting the correct information from those reporting mechanisms that we have. So it'd be great, just to summarize as a follow-up, to get to see more proactive outreach to particularly to communities most impacted in terms of the communication channels that they most access. I think secondly, to get an update on the portal, the reporting that's happening from water systems in their implementation of this. And certainly relatedly, it would be, you know, I'm assuming we'll get some update from what we're getting back from the voluntary questionnaire. And lastly, just it would be great to get an information item on the electronic annual report and what we're learning from that and how we're improving that going forward.
Firestone, we'd be happy to provide that. So, well, you know, I think we're going to be doing these COVID, you know, executive order updates at least on a monthly basis. And as for the year item, the electronic annual report item, yeah, there's a lot to say about what we've collected, the redesign process. Just in terms of your mention of the existing policies, and this requires probably a whole presentation at a subsequent meeting, but there is the law you mentioned in effect, SB 998 from 2018, that requires all of the community water systems with over 200 service connections to have a written policy in the languages spoken by customers around the shutoff process and opportunities for communication, alternate payments, and the like. And so those are, per that law, required to be posted on those systems websites as of April 1 of this year. So we are tracking and would be happy to report on that at a future board meeting.
Great, thank you.
Max, I have one more question for you, and that is, I know, and rightly so, the focus of today's update has been on water systems, but I have had some concern as well about wastewater systems and dischargers and impacts that they may be experiencing due to the COVID-19 impacts as it relates to revenue and other challenges. So I was wondering if we have a similar questionnaire or some sort of outreach to those systems as well.
Yes, it's under development, and we'll be getting it out shortly, and be sure that you and other board members have input into it before we issue it.
Great. I think that's an important step to take as well. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? Ms. Sobek, did you have anything else?
No, I think, thank you.
All right. Thank you. So our next item is item number 3, current hydrologic conditions.
And so all the staff on this item have co-host privilege and can control their cameras and their microphones at this point.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Alessia Sigleri. I'm an engineer with the Division of Water Rights, and I'm here to present item number 3, hydrology update for the Bay Delta watershed. Can everybody hear me well? Thank you for confirming. Here to assist me today, there are Assistant Deputy Director Diane Riddle, Environmental Scientist, Senior Environmental Scientist Craig Williams, and Environmental Scientist Stanley Mubako. The presentation, as usual, will include an update on precipitation and snowpack. There's an update on water year type classifications for the for the Sacramento Valley and San Joaquin Valley, major reservoir conditions and drought update, and temperature and precipitation forecast, and an update for the term supplemental water project for term 91. Next slide, please. This graph shows Northern Sierra precipitation. As you can see, the 8 station index for May 31st shows Northern Sierra at 63% of average for this date, with the current daily precipitation of 31.3 inches, which is depicted by the blue line in the graph. Next slide, please. The San Joaquin precipitation with the 5 station index for May 31st shows the Central Sierra at 64% of historical average, with the current precipitation of 24.5 inches, about 2 inches increase from last update on the first week of May. Next slide, please. And for the Tulare Basin precipitation, the 6 station index for May 31st shows the Southern Sierra 67% of average for this date, and the daily precipitation at 18.5 inches, with about 1 inch difference from last update. Next slide, please. This slide depicts the California snow water content as May 27th. Northern, Central, and Southern Sierra were at 14, 7, and 5% of historical average. Next slide, please. We added in this presentation the Sacramento Valley Water Year Type Index and the San Joaquin Valley Water Year Type Index evaluation, released in the May Bulletin 120 publication that has been issued by the Department of Water Resources. The Bulletin 120 is issued 4 times a year, in the second week of February, March, April, and May. And it contains forecasts of the volume of seasonal runoffs from the state major reservoir, watersheds, summary of precipitation, snowpack, and runoff in various regions of the state, and forecast of the water supply of the water year type index for the Sacramento and the San Joaquin Valley. So as you can see in this slide, for the May 1st, 2020, the index is equal to 6, which you can see in the bottom portion of this page. It stands, it is greater than 5.4 and equal to or less than 6.5. And I'm sorry, this is starting, it appears someone is entering the waiting room. I don't know why, to me. So I cannot see portion of the graph, but anyway, yeah, thank you for fixing that. So as before to go on, and so can you please go back to the previous slide? Somehow the slide has moved. Thank you. So I was saying the index is equal to 6, which reflect into a dry year for the Sacramento Sacramento Valley. And this is a final determination. Is based for the Sacramento Valley on the 50% exceedance, as you can see in the table on the top. So just to guide you through the slide, the index is calculated as dependent from current April to July runoff, current October to March runoff, and previous year index. And weights are assigned to these 3 factors, respectively 40, 30, and 30%. Next slide, please. These are the previous slides. I will need the next slide instead. Thank you. Similarly, for the San Joaquin Valley water year type index, this is determined as dependent on the April-July runoff, October to March runoff, and previous year index. In this case, the weights are for the 3 factors are 60, 20, and 20% respectively. The year types are set by the first of the month forecast beginning in February, and final determination also in this case is done on May 1st. In this case, is considered the 75% exceedance probability, and the index results to be 2.2, which falls into the range greater than 2.1 and equal to or less than 2.5, as you can see in the bottom portion of this page, which correspond also in this case to a dry year classification for the San Joaquin Valley. I would also like to mention that the Federal Bureau of Reclamation has declared a Shasta critical year. And usually a Shasta critical year is declared when the forecasted inflow to the Shasta Lake is at or below 3.2 million acre feet. Storage in the reservoir as of now is just over 3.5 million acre feet. But determination is, has been done considering that projected inflow into the reservoir this year will be limited by a poor snowpack in the watersheds feeding the reservoir. So this mention is important to remember because the determination affects CVP allocations to the Sacramento River settlement contractors and the San Joaquin River exchange contractors. In case of a Shasta critical year, allocation is only 75% instead of the 100%. Next slide, please. This slide depicts current reservoir conditions. As you can see, almost all reservoirs are around average or slightly below average. And they're still in good condition just because of carryovers from previous years. Next slide, please. Petaluma Reservoir is at 80% of capacity and 91% of average. Diamond Valley Lake, 91% of capacity. And San Luis Reservoir at 64% of capacity and 80% of average. Next slide, please. The slide depicts the California drought conditions. And this is for May 26 data. About a little bit more than half of the states, so 58% is between D0, abnormally dry, and D3, extreme drought. About 12% at abnormally dry, 26% at moderate drought, and 16% at severe drought, and 2% at extreme drought. Next slide, please. Here, the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center drought monitor for May 26. Colorado Basin stands in a similar situation as California, with about half of the basin between D0, abnormally dry, and D3, extreme drought. Next slide, please. And here, the Colorado River Basin snow water equivalent. As you can see, the basin stands at median to less than 50% of median conditions. Next slide. This is the temperature probability for the 8 to 14-day outlook made on the 31st of May, and shows California at above average. Next slide. And here, the precipitation probability for the 8 to 14 days outlook made on May 31st. This shows California at about normal average for precipitation. Next slide. And as our last meeting, we are including Term 91 graph and update also in this presentation. Just as a recall, Term 91 is a term the sub-permit and license holders are subject to, that under which they must cease diversions when the Seawater Board issues notice that Term 91 is into effect. And as you can see in the graph, the blue line represents supplemental project water that is flow that can or cannot meet Delta water quality and flow requirements. And the blue dashed line represents previous year's flow for 2019. So Term 91 prohibits diversions under permits and licenses subject to the term when the delta is in balance and in balance conditions, and the satisfaction of in-basin entitlements, including maintenance of the delta water quality and flow requirements, require releases of supplemental project water by the Central Valley Project or Statewide project. This graph was an update from May 29 with data of May 28. At that time, about 600 cubic feet per second of flow were in excess of the need of supplemental project water releases, and delta was in balance condition. As of today, with data from yesterday, there are about 4,400 cubic feet per second of supplemental project water needed to maintain delta water quality and flow requirements, and the delta is in excess in balance conditions. So this graph is posted weekly on the Water Board website and is updated weekly. We anticipate Term 91 going into effect in the next days, and we will send a letter to related to Term 91 curtailment to the Term 91 right holders in the near future. This concludes my presentation, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gugliardi. Very important that we keep track of this, and thank you for including the additional information on Term 91. I'd like to open it up to my colleagues, see if there are any questions.
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you and the division for adding the additional information. The Term 91, also the information on the water year type index, just as helpful background even for folks who are not as familiar with how that index is determined and how we, the kind of jargon that we use at the Water Board in terms of water year types. I think as we're seeing, these dry conditions persist, we're going to be talking more and more about these different issues and concerns about the need to help, balance supply and so under limited resources. So I'm encouraged that reservoirs are still in overall good condition. Obviously concerned for the future. I think we all are. So again, thank you for continuing that, to up our game, so to speak, in terms of the level of information that we're providing at these updates. It's very important.
Sure, thank you.
Great, thank you. And I concur with that, and do also appreciate the information on the index, which my takeaway is that we were tracking critical, and now it looks like with some additional help late in the season, dry.
Yes.
Okay. And I agree with Board Member McGuire. Getting that information out is definitely helpful. These are complicated issues, and so it's important for people to better understand, because critical, no pun intended, but critical decisions will be made as a result of this information. So thank you again.
If you go back to those slides, I can clarify how the determination has changed through the months, both for the Sacramento Valley and the San Joaquin Valley.
Okay, you want to go to slide 6?
Yes, I'm not sure which number it is.
So
but it's
Sacramento, you were wanting to go to Sacramento? I think that's slide 6.
Yes.
Ms. Townsend?
I think Margie is working to bring the PowerPoint back up quickly.
Thank you.
Yes, this. So as you can see on February 1st, the index for the 50% exceedance was 6.7. And in that case, we were below normal for the Sacramento Valley water year type. Just looking at the bottom portion of the page where the year type classification is defined in relation to the index. And March 1st, the index for the 50% exceedance was 5.9. In April 1st, it was 6.0, and in May, 6.0. So from April and May, nothing changed for the Sacramento Valley. It stayed dry. Next slide for the San Joaquin Valley. In this case, as you can see, in March, it was 1.9. So it was critical because it was less than 2.1. And in April, it was still critical, 2.1. And just in May, now it's 2.2, and it stands as dry.
Great.
And these are the final determination and classification with May 1st.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
All right, any other questions? Thank you for your report, Ms. Sigliardi. Okay, now we're going to move on to our next item, which is, I don't have my agenda pulled up.
It's item number 4, and it's our conservation update. And the staff on that item at this point do have their cameras and microphones under their control, and so they can begin their presentation.
All right, I'm ready to go whenever the presentation is up. Great. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Marielle Pinheiro, and I'm a research data specialist with the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. I will be providing the Urban Water Conservation Update for April of 2020, which is the 71st month since the State Water Board began monthly tracking of water conservation for each of the state's larger urban water suppliers. Next slide, please. While we continue to see missing reports from about a quarter of suppliers, this number has not greatly changed compared to reporting periods pre-COVID-19. During normal operations, the voluntary response rate is about 77 to 80% for a given reporting period. During this time, voluntary reporting has comprised of about 75 to 77% of all reporters, with 76% currently for the month of April, although we generally see a slight increase after the board meeting due to people just not getting their reports in on time. Next slide, please. However, the lower response rate does impact reported production, as with the March reports. The total reported production value, which is the solid black line, is well below reported volumes for the past years. When we factor in the estimated total, it's still slightly below reported values from past years due to above average precipitation, especially in the southern half of the state. Although now that the rain seems to be over, for the most part, we will be interested to see how the numbers change due to higher temperatures in the coming months. Next slide, please. Statewide residential use is estimated at 73 gallons per capita for April, although as I previously noted, decreased use was mainly seen in the southern part of the state due to the above average precipitation. Next slides, please. The final rulemaking package was sent to the Office of Administrative Law this past Friday. Hurrah! In preparation for the October rollout, we are making changes to the reporting website, which will also involve redesigning the survey form to accommodate the changes that were proposed during the rulemaking process. We will be hosting an instructional webinar in advance of the website update, which will introduce reporters to the new layout and requirements. Next slide. It has now been slightly more than a month since the regulation was adopted. So at the moment, we are working on the next steps that were outlined in the previous slide, and we are currently on track to meet the October 1st effective date. With that, I am finished with my presentation, and I welcome any questions or comments.
Thank you, Ms. Pinheiro. Any questions? All right. I just want to give everyone time to unmute in case they have questions. All right. Well, thank you for your report. We appreciate receiving these reports. And now we're on to the next item, item number 5. And I just want to make sure with Mr. Loeffler, because I know we had talked about potentially changing the order, but we're still
No, we should be good going ahead at this point with item number 5. And all of the staff on this item have had their controls switched over to them so they can unmute their microphones and turn on their cameras as they see fit.
Okay, and item number 5 is consideration of a proposed resolution approving an amendment to the water quality control plan for the San Francisco Bay Basin, the Basin Plan, to establish a total maximum daily load for bacteria in the Petaluma River watershed. And I believe presenting will be the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board.
Sure. Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Farhad Gadrati, environmental scientist to the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board, and I'll be describing the bacteria TMDL for the Petaluma River watershed. The purpose of this TMDL is to reduce bacteria in the Petaluma River watershed to protect the water contact recreation beneficial use. We are asking you to consider approving a resolution to amend the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board Basin Plan to establish this TMDL. Next slide, please. Geographically, the project covers the entire Petaluma River watershed, which is 150 square miles, and drains into the San Pablo Bay, which is part of the San Francisco Bay. The Petaluma River watershed includes the main stem of the river, which is listed as impaired due to excess bacteria. It also includes all the tributaries to the river because they discharge bacteria into the river. A large segment of the river and the lower reaches of the large tributaries are tidal. and tributaries outside of the tidal zone are seasonal, meaning that they dry out and they stop flowing in the summer. Next slide, please. To give you an idea of the level or magnitude of impairment in the watershed, here's a chart that shows the percent exceedances of the E. coli objective by season across 2 years. The impairment threshold is 10% exceedance rate, which you can see here as the red dashed line. As shown, the exceedance rates of the objectives are significantly higher than 10% in all seasons over the study period. Exceedances were widespread and occurred in all seasons and in nearly all sampling stations. In addition, throughout much of the watershed, E. coli levels are many times above the current water quality objective. So the tributaries and main stem of the river are consistently impaired by bacteria. Next slide, please. We performed a robust source assessment for this TMDL. This watershed has the typical sources of bacteria that contribute to the impairment, which we have divided into human and animal waste categories. These sources were identified based on 4 years of water quality monitoring results, as well as GIS analysis of various land uses and facilities. We also conducted a microbial source identification study that confirmed contribution of bacteria from human, cow, horse, and dog waste sources. The majority of these sources are 9-point sources, generally described as sources that are diffuse, widely distributed in nature, and lack a single point of discharge. Next slide, please. The TMDL targets are the desired water quality conditions that TMDL aims to achieve. These targets are based on the recently adopted statewide bacterial water quality objectives for recreational uses shown on this table. These targets will be measured in the receiving waters to ensure recreational uses are protected where they occur. This TMDL includes a margin of safety to ensure protection of beneficial uses in light of scientific uncertainties. Following US EPA guidance, the margin of safety is implicitly included in the targets because they're based on the more protective set of US EPA's nationally recommended criteria for recreational water quality. Next slide, please. This TMDL includes all required load allocations for 9-point sources and waste load allocations for point sources. The allocations are concentration-based and equal to or less than the TMDL targets. This ensures that when allocations for various sources are met, the targets will also be met and beneficial uses will be protected. The concentration-based TMDL is an approach that's consistent with federal regulations and US EPA guidance. It also has a number of advantages that I will describe later. I want to point out that sewer collection systems, septic systems, and vessel marinas all have load allocations of 0 because discharge of untreated human waste are prohibited in our basin plan. The confined animal facilities, grazing lands, wastewater treatment plant, and municipal and Caltrans stormwater runoff all have allocations equal to the TMDL targets. Next slide, please. To meet the TMDL allocations and thus the TMDL targets, the TMDL includes an implementation plan that calls for permittees to take actions to reduce or eliminate discharges of bacteria in the watershed. The plan will rely on NPDES permits to regulate sanitary sewer collection systems, wastewater treatment facility, and municipal and Caltrans stormwater sources. The plan also directs the water board to use waste discharge requirements or waiver of waste discharge requirements to control discharges from confined animal facilities, such as dairies and horse boarding facilities, as well as cattle grazing operations. Our region already has an existing general waste discharge requirements order to regulate confined animal facilities. So the horse boarding facilities from this watershed will be required to enroll in this existing successful program. Our region also has 13 years of experience in managing grazing operations, using waiver of waste discharge requirements in another watershed. So the plan calls for application of a successful program to this watershed. The plan also requires actions consistent with the on-site wastewater treatment system policy, otherwise known as the OTS policy, to control waste discharges from septic systems. Lastly, the plan calls for using a stormwater NPDES permitting and water code authorities to reduce bacteria from homeless encampments. The city of Petaluma started a program to manage homelessness in 2016, which is dedicated to outreach and enforcement of day-to-day issues that involve the homeless community. Next slide, please. The implementation plan also contains a monitoring program, which includes both water quality-based monitoring and action-based or BMP-based monitoring. The water quality-based monitoring will be conducted by both the water board and the implementing parties. The water board will holistically monitor receiving waters in tributaries and the main stem every 5 years. The results of this monitoring will be used to assess progress towards attainment of the TMDL targets and evaluate achievement of the waste load allocations and load allocations in receiving waters. This award can tell us if all sub-watersheds are making equivalent progress in achieving targets. Implementing parties, in particular the water permittees, will also monitor water quality to refine local source assessment and evaluate control measure effectiveness. In addition to water quality monitoring, Water Board will track actions implemented by the implementing parties. It will do so through required annual reports and site inspections to ensure site-appropriate actions are being implemented. Lastly, to ensure proper maintenance or repair of failing septic systems, the Water Board will develop and implement an inspection and assessment program for these systems. This completes the discussion of the TMDL components, and next I'll highlight comments received during the public review period. Next slide, please. During the public review period, we received 3 comment letters. The Marin County Stormwater Program requested a minor change to the implementation plan and schedule based on a typographical error on the due dates. This error was corrected via the Executive Officer correction memo. In a separate letter, the City of Petaluma asked for extension to a number of the implementation actions due dates. We disagreed with this request because we worked with the city during the TMDL development phase. They did not raise these points during the Water Board public comment period or at the adoption hearing. The current implementation schedule provides ample time to complete the required actions, and the city did not provide valid justification in their comment letter as to why they will not be able to meet the specified due dates. Next slide, please. Baykeeper submitted a comment letter recommending against adoption of the TMDL. This letter contains the same comments provided during the Water Board public review period. However, Baykeeper did not explain why our previous responses were inadequate as required by the State Water Board regulations. Baykeeper did bring up a new argument in his cover letter, which cited a recent legal case and argued that this TMDL must not have a daily maximum load. We respond that this TMDL does have a daily maximum load, which is expressed as a maximum bacteria concentration allowed in receiving waters, and is equivalent to the statistical threshold value of the appropriate water quality objectives. Therefore, this TMDL is in compliance with the new ruling. We also point out that the District of Columbia District Court, where the recent ruling was made, does not set legal precedent in California. Next slide, please. In his previous comment letter to the Water Board, Baykeeper commented that the TMDL does not follow US EPA guidance and lacks all essential elements such as waste load and load allocations. Much of Baykeeper's concerns center around the fact that this is a concentration-based and not a flow-based TMDL. To provide some background, in concentration-based TMDLs, the allocations are measured as the concentration of bacteria at appropriate time steps. In addition, concentration-based TMDLs do not require concurrent flow measurements. Whereas in flow-based TMDLs, the allocations are based on bacteria concentration and flow from sources. Therefore, flow-based TMDLs and allocations require measuring discharge flows over a certain time period and multiplying them by the respective bacteria concentrations for each source. However, measuring water flows for abundant, diffuse, and commingled 9-point source discharges in this watershed would be an infeasible and error-prone task. Therefore, calculating a flow-based TMDL and allocations would be extremely inaccurate, leading to widely over or under protective load allocations. Next slide, please. We disagree with Baykeeper's claims, as a concentration-based TMDL does include all the required elements. The concentration-based TMDL approach is consistent with federal regulations, which allow TMDLs to be expressed in mass per time, toxicity, or other appropriate measure. It also follows US EPA guidance for developing bacteria TMDLs. Further, concentration-based approach is superior to a flow-based approach for the following reasons. 9-point sources comprise the majority of sources in the Petaluma River watershed. And these 9-point sources are commingled with other sources, do not have a single discrete point of discharge, and therefore there is no single point to obtain their discharge volume of flow. Due to bacteria population dynamics, such as die-off and regrowth, it would be far more accurate to measure the final concentration in the receiving water than using their concentration across the landscape to calculate the flow-based TMDL. This approach is also more protective since it's normalized for flow and must be met under all flow conditions. In other words, it does not allow for a higher bacterial concentration to be discharged if the discharge volumes are low or if the dilution factor is high. Therefore, concentration-based TMDL for bacteria is more appropriate for this watershed. This approach has worked for us in the past 6 bacteria TMDL EU, Office of Administrative Law, and US EPA have approved. And these TMDLs are being successfully implemented to achieve their objectives. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation, and we are now available to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Godrati. Any questions, fellow board members? So I'd like to drill down a little bit more on the concerns raised by the Baykeeper, and I think they are the one speaker that we do have this morning. So, Mr. Eichenberg.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Am I unmuted? Yes, thank you very much. Morning, members of the board. My name, as you said, is Ben Eichenberg. I'm staff attorney with San Francisco Baykeeper. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this TMDL. It's been decades in the making. The Petaluma River is a regional treasure and deserves to be made more accessible to boaters, swimmers, and other recreational activities. In our comment letter submitted to the board on March 30th, we characterized the legal and scientific requirements of a TMDL and explained why the nominal TMDL and implementation plan submitted by the regional board is inadequate. We have met with the regional board staff to discuss our concerns, and we feel these concerns have not been addressed in the final draft or through their response to comments. We understand and support the efforts of staff to reduce pollution in the Petaluma River. Because we understand that we all want the same goal, we greatly appreciate the intent of the implementation plan and the measures that specifically aim to secure greater watershed protections from, for instance, ranchers and associated grazing activities. Staff is making the worthwhile effort of putting into place actions that may reduce bacteria loading to the Petaluma River and San Francisco Bay. They deserve full praise for those efforts. However, the document before the board today is fundamentally not a total maximum daily load. It does not contain the core characteristics of a TMDL, the characterization of the assimilative capacity of the river, and a load allocation. Therefore, this is not legally viable, and that matters to Baykeeper's mission, and we hope to the mission of the State Water Board. To be sufficient, this nominal TMDL would have to, 1, make an effort to allocate loads, and 2, contain better monitoring requirements. Baykeeper has critiqued several TMDLs in the past few years, and similar themes have arisen in each. We do not agree that TMDL should be viewed as an organizing principle or a methodology for obtaining additional information, as the regional board staff have suggested. EPA and the Clean Water Act have clearly articulated the essential elements of a TMDL, including for bacteria. If the regional board wishes to target specific classes of dischargers, it can do that through waste discharge requirements, or if additional information is required to develop the load allocation, 13267 letters may be issued. The TMDL process is important for improving water quality because it serves as a link in the chain between water quality standards and implementation of control actions designed to attain those standards. To that end, some basic questions from commenters that speak to the core of the Clean Water Act requirements are not answered by this nominal TMDL, such as what part of the problem is from septic systems? What part of the problem is from landfills? What part of the problem is from disposal of human waste on fields? These are sources that should be looked at, which is the role of a TMDL, but this nominal TMDL does not look at these sources. Because of the failure to calculate source-specific discharges and because of the failure to establish a plan to meet necessary load reductions, the regional board and other stakeholders in the Petaluma watershed will be unable to prioritize load reduction requirements and hence unable to efficiently allocate resources. For example, a TMDL should allow stakeholders to justify actions such as rate increases or enforcement actions. Here, however, the regional board and stakeholders are unable to rely on the TMDL as written to say, hypothetically, that cracked stormwater pipes are the primary cause of the problem, or that leaking septic systems are the primary cause of the problem. Instead, this nominal TMDL simply says everything is the primary cause of the problem. Another gap created by this TMDL is with the setting of goals. When you have no load allocation that determines how much pollution should be reduced to restore these waters and no monitoring, it is very difficult to set an effective goal. Instead, this nominal TMDL creates the same tragedy of the commons that has existed in this region since the Clean Water Act was passed in the 70s. When everyone is responsible, as here, the incentive is for each discharger to drag their feet as much as possible in order to put the burden for reducing loads on other dischargers. A legally adequate TMDL would change this dynamic by ascribing responsibility for load reductions on each sector based on the amount that sector contributes to the overall problem. Relatedly, this nominal TMDL creates problems with transparency. How can we develop benchmarks to hold people accountable for pollution and hold the regional board accountable for reducing pollution without a TMDL that allocates loads and monitors for compliance? As written, this nominal TMDL simply assumes all dischargers must not cause or contribute to receiving water quality violations. We encourage you to reject this TMDL in favor of alternative regulations based on the regional board staff's understanding of highest priority bacteria load reduction actions. These alternative regulations exist, and all of staff's proposed actions can be implemented under existing non-TMDL regulations. Concentrated animal facilities can be regulated under NPDES permits or under the existing CAF program. Municipal stormwater discharges are already regulated. Septic systems have their own regulatory structure. Under the industrial general permit, for instance, the regional board asks permittees to monitor their stormwater discharges and come up with a plan to reduce pollutants. The same could be, and arguably under the Clean Water Act, should be asked of the dischargers causing or contributing to unhealthy bacteria loads in the Petaluma River. The regional board's response to comments gives the impression that the requirements of the Clean Water Act for TMDLs are too difficult to meet. To step beyond our disagreement with staff over what the legal requirements are for a TMDL, I'd like to highlight basic philosophical differences we're seeing. Essentially, this TMDL says, trust us, we're going to fix this problem. Even if we are taking some shortcuts, they're only procedural and don't really matter, and nobody does TMDLs right anyway. Baykeeper does not agree that these shortcuts are only procedural. We do not agree that TMDLs don't matter, and we believe this board should aspire to the highest standard, not the least common denominator. While Baykeeper is sympathetic to the need for organizing principles and appreciative of a program that creatively brings a tranche of related actions together in pursuit of the admirable goal of cleaning up the Petaluma River, we are unwilling to sacrifice 1/3 of the Clean Water Act, the entire system imagined by Congress for addressing non-point source pollution, to accomplish this relatively modest goal. The Clean Water Act has higher ambitions for the TMDL process, and we hope that this board does as well. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Mr. Eichenberg, and thank you for your work and Baykeeper's work in the region. I'd like to go back to Mr. Godrati, and we'll open it up to my colleagues for any specific questions, but just wanted to give you the opportunity to respond.
Thank you. As I just described, we believe that our TMDL does include all essential components, all required components. It follows federal regulations, TMDL guidance. We have had 6 other TMDLs, bacteria TMDLs, using the same approach that are fully adopted, approved, and are successfully being implemented. We are seeing positive results in other watersheds with bacteria TMDLs that have been already approved. We do have, as I mentioned, in this watershed, by far, majority of sources are non-point sources that are not given a waste load allocation. They're given load allocations. And if you remember from my presentation, We do have load allocations and waste load allocations to all appropriate sources. For example, we have load allocation of 0 to human sources. I mean, I don't know how more stringent it can get than that. We do have a water quality monitoring program. We are requiring, you know, other implementing parties to conduct water quality, and we are going to also do our own water quality monitoring to assess progress towards attainment of the targets within the watershed. So those are my preliminary responses. If you have any other specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, I'd like to turn to our fellow board members. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question, and you know, I'm still learning about TMDLs, frankly. I'm more familiar with other types of basin planning activities involving groundwater. And so this may be a question also for our state board staff. But just, you know, in listening to comments and thinking about this, it seems, my question is, what is the TMDL providing in terms of information or guidance or water quality protection that is not already either in the basin plan or should be incorporated into the individual regulatory programs. So in other words, how does this help us implement protection within the regulatory programs on the different types of dischargers that we have regulatory programs around, which in all of those regulatory programs should already be, for example, meeting water quality objectives and setting requirements to meet those water quality objectives. So what does the TMDL provide that isn't already included in the current requirements of the basin plan and what should be required within the regulatory programs? I don't know if that's a clear question.
Sure, yeah, no problem. So I'll try to answer that specifically for this watershed and this TMDL. One of the sources, if you remember, that it, you know, that's not being regulated as of now are the commercial horse facilities. We do have a existing regulatory program in the form of waste discharge requirements or waiver of waste discharge requirements that we are using to regulate some other confined animal facilities such as dairies. As part of this TMDL, we have identified the commercial horse facilities within watershed that we are going to require obtain coverage under this permit, so that they're going to be newly regulated in this watershed. Same thing with the grazing operations. Roughly 30% of the watershed is grazing land, so there are you know, significant source of cattle ranches as well as sheep ranches that are grazing, and we have grazing regulation in other neighboring watersheds in Napa and Sonoma, Napa River, Sonoma Creek watershed, as well as Tomales Bay watershed. The Tomales Bay one, you know, it's 13 years old and it's been successful. So we're going to apply that same program to this watershed to bring the grazing operations under that. Another major source here is the septic systems, on-site wastewater treatment facilities that, although there are existing regulations, they're not really being effectively perhaps implemented by the local agencies. So as part of this TMDL, I'm using again our odds policy tool, as well as you know, water code section 1326.7 authorities. We are developing an inspection and assessment program for them to first identify the systems that are failing or you know, they need repair or replacement, and then you know they would need to obviously repair the systems to bring them up to code. For some other sources and these discharges. They're already being regulated, stormwater, both municipal and Caltrans, but homelessness, that's though not a new issue, it's becoming unfortunately more and more prominent, and that's something that we are using our stormwater regulatory tools to have Caltrans as well as the local municipalities to address that source. And again, we do have other MPDS programs for the collection systems, and for the there's one wastewater treatment facility in the watershed that's permitted, and they disinfect and discharge, so they're not really a significant source. But we do have, so the TMDL has a combination of existing regulatory programs and some new ones that you're going to either devise for this watershed or apply to this watershed from some other locations.
Thank you.
Sure.
Excuse me, this is Yuri Wan. I'm the attorney representing the Water Board. I just wanted to follow up Farhad's comment and to answer Ms. Firestone's question and say that what the TMDL provides is that it provides a total maximum daily load. So the existing regulatory programs, waste discharge requirements, NPDES permits, and the like would all have to be amended to implement the TMDL to say, look, what you've been doing, hasn't been satisfactory. We now have a TMDL, and you need to meet these requirements.
And this is Javier Fernandez. I'll add a couple other things too. In terms of stormwater, it calls for some additional requirements for stormwater. This area is covered under the small MS4 permit, which is issued by the state board. So that those new requirements will need to be folded into the state board. So that's something that the regional board can't do on its own. So we have to put it in TMDL, and the state board takes the TMDL requirements and folds it into that small municipal stormwater sewer system permit. The other thing, in terms of the source assessment, we looked at land uses, and as you saw, everywhere it was pervasive. And so some areas in the non-urban areas where you have grazing lands, you're still getting hits. In urban areas, you're getting hits where you have stormwater with the small MS4 systems. And so based on the pervasiveness throughout the watershed, every source is a contributing factor and needs to be regulated accordingly.
Great, thank you all.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone. Any other questions?
Not a question, but I guess just a comment. I definitely appreciate Baykeeper's concerns. I've read the comment letters as well as the response to comments. And I think, given just the nature of this, I mean, there's information that the non-point sources really are the main contributor of bacteria in this watershed. And given just the abundance, the diffuse nature, the commingleness of this, I think this is an appropriate approach. And I'm comfortable with the way the regional board is trying to tackle this problem. It's not an easy one. And I think this is the most feasible path forward at this time.
I have a question for Mr. Eichenberg, actually. When regional board mentioned that there are 6 other TMDLs that have been bacteria TMDLs that have been adopted in other watersheds, I was wondering if you could just comment. Do you have concerns with the effectiveness of those other TMDLs that have been implemented over some years? Sounds like one of them was 13 years ago, and could you speak to the structural concerns about the TMDL? But if it's been successful in other cases, I wonder why you would have those concerns.
Thanks, Board Member McGuire. Appreciate the opportunity to respond. We've commented on several of those TMDLs and found similar structural problems with those as well. And a lot of the issues that we're pointing out and that we're concerned with have to do with the way the TMDL process is being used. The regional board has a number of tools at its disposal to address pollution issues, and I think you're seeing that with some of the grazing problems. So like they said, 30 years ago, they have a program that they instituted in Tomales Bay that seems to have been very effective. I'm not sure I understand why it took 30 years to apply that to Petaluma. And I also don't understand why a TMDL is necessary to apply that CAF program, say for instance, to horse facilities, which should always have been covered by the CAF program, and the TMDL is not necessary for the regional board to use that kind of, to do that kind of enforcement. As far as effectiveness, Tomales Bay is outside of our watershed, but I don't dispute that has been effective. It seems like there's been some good improvements there, and I certainly trust the regional board's analysis of those improvements. I think San Francisco Bay beaches, the bacteria programs there have not been as effective. I think you still see some pretty bad bacteria problems in San Francisco Bay, and it's very difficult to assess causing those problems, where those loads are coming from, if we don't have the kind of data that I think a TMDL, which stuck to the Clean Water Act's requirements and actually, divided up the load among sources. I think that information would really help us address some of the bacteria issues at San Francisco Bay beaches.
Okay, thank you.
So if it's okay, I'd like to clarify one thing that I think is causing confusion. TMDLs don't create any authority for the water boards. Everything that's in a TMDL is something we have authority to regulate already. It's a planning document, and I don't disagree with Ben that the way it's structured can help focus the activities, but it's inappropriate to say, well, they could use existing authority. Yes, they can. You never need a TMDL to solve any problem that you have in terms of authority. It's help to focus where you're looking.
Yeah. Thank you, and thank you for that your concerns as well. I can understand why you're concerned with the structure, but I do agree with Board Member Dodek that when you're looking at the broad range of sources here, CAFOs, and other non-point source contributions to the Petaluma River watershed, I think that the regional board has come up with a strategy that has promise. It includes monitoring, and includes a host of other actions that obviously need to be implemented through permits in the future. But in my read, as I understand it, I think it's worth proceeding with at this point.
Okay, thank you, Board Member McGuire. Any other questions? So I have a few. I'd like to hear Mr. Gadrati or others a little bit more about monitoring. There were concerns raised by Mr. Eichenberg about monitoring, and I know in your response to comments, you talked a little bit about that, but could you go over what you've included on monitoring, and maybe looking at some of those other TMDLs where you used a similar approach? Did you glean from those approaches and use the same type of monitoring, or have you expanded on it upon some way? If you could just comment on that.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So for this particular TMDL, as I mentioned, we have 3 types of monitoring: a water quality monitoring that we, the water board, is going to conduct every 5 years throughout the watershed to find out whether you're making progress towards attainment of the targets, as well as identifying any existing or future hotspots that need more attention. We are requiring implementing parties to conduct their own monitoring, to also identify areas that need attention, as well as assessing effectiveness of their implementation actions. This TMDL implementation is an iterative approach to identify some BMPs, either enhance some BMPs or come up with additional new BMPs, you implement them, you measure water quality to see if you are making progress, and then you adapt as you go. In addition to water quality monitoring, we also have monitoring of, it's action-based monitoring or BMP-based monitoring, made basically through inspections and review of annual reports that are implementing parties are required to submit. We keep track of their implementation actions and permit requirements to see if they're implementing those and they're in compliance with those requirements. And a third prong of the assessment or monitoring that we have for this watershed is an inspection and evaluation program for specifically for septic systems. Because the first order of business will be to identify the ones that are failing or are in need of repair, and then to do what work to get them they basically come up to order. We've had pretty much similar monitoring and evaluation programs for other TMDLs. Not all watersheds have all the sources. For example, septic system evaluation and inspection is something new to us that we haven't really dealt with as much in some other watersheds, and then some other locations have some other sources that are not present here. But basically, it comes down to water quality monitoring and action-based monitoring.
Okay, thank you for going over that. And then the last question that I have, and this might be for legal counsel here, and that is on the concerns raised by Mr. Eichenberg regarding legal requirements. And I do appreciate, Mr. Gadrati, that you talked quite a bit about this being the concentration-based being a superior approach. But I'd like to hear from legal staff regarding the requirements.
Hello, Vice Chair Diadamo. The issue, and Yuri, would you like to go ahead and go first on this?
Well, actually, I didn't hear Ms. Diadamo's comment at all. It went mute. So I didn't hear the question. So if you want to answer the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I was talking about the concentration-based approach, and Mr. Eichenberg raised concerns regarding the legal requirements. And so I think it's important for us to just hear you walk through those legal requirements and why you believe the concentration-based approach meets the legal requirements.
Well, so the Clean Water Act regulations allow TMDLs to be expressed in mass, toxicity, or other appropriate requirements. So that is the requirement. And in fact, in Region 4, a TMDL was adopted where a concentration-based it was concentration-based, and it was litigated, and the Court of Appeal said that it was perfectly fine that the regional board had the discretion to craft TMDLs as it saw fit. So in my mind, there's no legal issue with the concentration-based TMDL.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Loeffler, did you have anything to add?
No, Ms. Wan covered it. There are appropriate ways to develop these concentration-based TMDLs, and our technical staff, in concert with, and when I say our, I mean both the regional board and state water board technical staff, in concert with environmental scientists and attorneys at US EPA, have developed this approach over time. We don't do it for all of our TMDLs, but there are certain parameters where we think it is appropriate to take the concentration-based approach. And in this particular case, the region has been very careful to document their work to identify the appropriate basis for relying on concentration-based loads.
All right, thank you for going over that. All right, and I too concur with Board Member Dodek's assessment, especially with the non-point sources and the diffuse nature of much of the challenge in the region, and it seems to be the most feasible approach. So with that, I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt item 5 on the Basin Plan Amendment for establishing a TMDL for bacteria in the Petaluma River.
And I see that there's a executive officer memo. Is there anything that we need to do, Mr. Loeffler, to incorporate that, or that's just part of the record?
That is already part of the record and it's reflected in the board's action today.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Ms. Townsend, could you call the roll? We have a motion and a second.
Certainly. Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Dodek.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, item 5 is approved, and I think we're probably scheduled for a break at this point, Mr. Loeffler.
So I would go ahead and recommend a brief break. We're about to get into the Sigma item. For folks who missed the start of the board meeting or the LIRIS notification, we are moving, since it's shortly after 11 o'clock, we're moving directly to item 9, the Sigma item. All the other items on the agenda, items 6, the recycled water discussion, as well as 7 and 8, the underground storage tank items, and the petroleum storage fee item will all be heard no earlier than 1 o'clock. Folks who are interested in hearing those items can rejoin the Zoom meeting at that point in time. And so it's up to the board what length of break they would like to take at this point.
Okay, I know it's 11:13. Why don't we just go to 11:30, and we'll resume with item number 9, Sigma. Just a question though. I know we have a number of participants on that item. Are there any time constraints? Do we need a shorter break, or is that appropriate?
So I'm going to briefly, I think the most important individual in terms of time that we have to worry about is Ms. Namath, Director Namath from DWR. Carla, your microphone is now live if you would like to weigh in on start time of 11:30.
Sure, 11:30 will be just fine for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We'll see you at 11:30. Thank you.
And Margie or Janine, I just want to make sure that one of you is putting up the PowerPoint slide about our resume time.
Okay. Margie, do you have it? I'll get it.
And for all the DWR and Water Board staff, obviously we're in the middle of the break now, but you have already been moved to co-host status so that you will be able to control your microphones and cameras when we resume at 11:30.
Thanks, Michael.
we're still about 5 minutes away from resuming the board meeting, but if as we're looking through the participants in the Zoom meeting, we have two individuals who we cannot identify. If you could send an email to the State Water Board's clerk, Janine Townsend, at janine.townsend.waterboards.ca.gov. We have an individual who's simply identified as engineer. There are a lot of them at both DWR and the State Water Board. So if you can possibly look in your participant list, and if you see up at the top, there's an individual named engineer, and it's identified as me in the Zoom platform. If you could go ahead and send an email to Janine Townsend and identify yourself so we can properly rename you and assign you to an item. And likewise, we have Jesse Maxfield identified as one of the participants. If you also could send an email to Janine Townsend and indicate which item you're speaking on, and if perhaps it's a spouse's computer or something like that, identify what name we should list you as. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's 11:30. I think we can move on to item number 9. Again, my name is Joaquin Esquivel. And I want to acknowledge and thank Vice Chair Diadamo for taking the reins for me for the last hour or so as I attended another meeting. Also want to thank everyone for their flexibility and moving up item number 9 to the top of the queue here on our informational items. I just felt that it's such a critical discussion. Wanted to elevate it a little more in the agenda, and again, just appreciate everyone's flexibility in doing that. Earlier at the top of the meeting, I acknowledged the discussions going on in many of our homes on the streets, and ultimately acknowledge that there are ways that our work here intersects with what are long-standing, we'll say, societal challenges. And in the management of our groundwater resources, how we can best accommodate so many needs in our communities in a way that continues to build an equitable future, I think is a common theme here. I just want to thank and acknowledge Director Namath, particularly in all of this work, and really acknowledge as well that this discussion we're having on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, its implementation, we're currently in a phase where there are, as you'll hear and we'll further discuss, groundwater sustainability plans before the Department of Water Resources to make a call on, and with the water boards help implement and ensure successful implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Because of that, there may be specific questions individuals have about groundwater basins or plans. We'll keep things higher level here. We're here to have a higher level overview and really a thematic discussion. And there again, I think the themes of equity and how we continue to build resilient communities and really see our groundwater resources as this shared, what it is, as a shared common resource amongst us, and how we share it is important. And we'll continue to build what is hopefully a successful implementation of this law, but also of thriving communities that our groundwater resources, our water resources writ large, are all built on. And so just again, want to acknowledge the incredible working relationship we have with the Department of Water Resources. Glad that this item is before us, and thank as well Director Namath for her direct daily involvement, I know, and helping us continue all think together as to, again, how do we best implement what is a complicated law and certainly a complicated space for all of us here. But would welcome Director Namath to provide any opening comments as well before we go into the briefing from staff.
Okay. Good morning. Can you see and hear me? Good. Okay.
Okay. Good morning.
Yes. So this is actually my first one of these. So you guys may be getting to be old hat, but this is my first sort of public appearance in real time, if you will, via Zoom. So thank you for having me and the rest of the DWR team here with you all this morning to talk about implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. I think we were last before you all in 2017, which seems like an eternity ago. And it was prior to the formation of the GSAs themselves. So that just gives you a flavor of the enormous amount of work that has gone on since the department spoke to the water board about SGMA. So there's a lot to update you on, and just reflecting on your comments, Chair Esquivel, and I'm sure the board members also sense this, is there are a lot of complexities in how we implement SGMA. And so, you know, staying at a high level today is important because we know this is going to be an ongoing dialogue. So kind of setting some of the groundwork, some of the foundational information is really important for us to do, and for us to do in this public setting here before the board. One, our partnership between DWR and the board is essential to our success. I am involved on almost a daily basis with some of the key decisions the department is making early on to set us up for the review process moving forward. But also essential to our success is the very active engagement of the NGO community and industry groups. We have, I want to express my appreciation for all the good work that's gone on, all the entities that are reading lots of different plans to help understand what's coming before us and what are some of the macro issues that we need to be attentive to as a department as we think through Sigma implementation and as we think through implementation with the board. So we cannot do it without you. This is we have incredible legacy issues around groundwater management that are not easily solved. So we are, in many respects, a work in progress. And one of the things that, when I think about the challenges that lie ahead, one of the things that assures me is there are a lot of people in California that want us to be successful. And because it's so important to water security for so many Californians. And it really is in partnership with all of those entities that we are going to be successful in our implementation. So thank you and the board members for this opportunity to let you know where we are, what we see as some of the issues moving forward. And this will certainly be the restart of a series of conversations, and we'll welcome any questions. And with that, I think my instructions, Chair, were to turn it over to Natalie Stork of the Water Board to start the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director.
Good morning. Looks like the presentation's up. My name is Natalie Stork. I'm the Unit Chief for the Groundwater Management Program here at the State Water Board. And the Groundwater Management Program is responsible for the board's implementation of Sigma. So we've got a presentation ready for you today. So we'll be starting off with an overview of Sigma, including the roles of the Department of Water Resources and the State Water Board in Sigma implementation. Then we'll touch briefly on how things went on January 31st, 2020, and a bit on DWR and board coordination in this next phase of GSP review. Then we'll be talking about assistance efforts, assistance so far, and ongoing and future efforts that we are excited to tell you about today. So to kick it off with a bit of background on Sigma, I'm going to hand it over to Craig Altair at the Department of Water Resources.
Thanks, Natalie. And I just wanted to reiterate, so again, my name is Craig Altair. I'm the chief of our Groundwater Sustainability Plan Review Section at DWR in the Sustainable Groundwater Management Office, or SGMO. And just wanted to thank the board for the opportunity to come and talk about the work that the department's doing implementing its responsibilities under Sigma, and also the coordination that we're doing with the State Water Board to jointly move Sigma forward. So next slide, please. So before we talk about Sigma, I just wanted to reiterate, as we've already heard, the importance of groundwater as a water resource in our state. So as the slide shows, in an average year, almost 40% of California's water supply is supplied by groundwater. And in dry years, that number bumps up to 60%. 85% of Californians rely in some way on groundwater. So it's obvious from the slide that it's an important component of the state's water resources. And I think in acknowledgement of that importance and in the stress that this resource was under in 2014, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act was passed and enacted and went into effect in 2015. Given understanding that this is a critical resource to be managed sustainably in California. Next slide. So there's a lot to Sigma, and I could certainly talk for a long time about it, but I wanted to just hit at a high level two of those kind of central or main tenets of Sigma, if you will. The first being local control. So Sigma was really set up to put local agencies, we call them groundwater sustainability agencies or GSAs, in the driver's seat for developing plans and implementing those plans and achieving sustainability in their basins. We've all heard the adage that groundwater is best managed locally. To support that local management, though, the SGMA also identifies roles for various state agencies to support sustainable groundwater management. DWR was identified in Chapter 10 of SGMA as the state agency that develops regulations for groundwater sustainability plan adoption and review, and that then reviews those plans going forward. SGMA also identifies a role for the State Water Resources Control Board of oversight and enforcement that Natalie will talk about in a few moments. Both of our agencies, as well as many other agencies throughout the state, provide an additional role that is very important in SGMA, and that is an assistance role, providing various data sets, tools, and other things that help support and help implement local control of groundwater resources. And we'll talk about the assistance throughout this presentation. The other main tenet of SGMA, of course, is sustainability. So SGMA identifies that sustainable groundwater management occurs in particular when these 6 undesirable results that are shown on the slide are avoided or eliminated in the basin. So each of the 6 undesirable results are the significant and unreasonable occurrence of the following things: lowering of groundwater levels, reduction of storage, groundwater storage, seawater intrusion, degraded groundwater quality, land subsidence, and depletions of interconnected surface water. So the plans that are developed locally need to be designed that when implemented, these 6 things can be avoided. Next slide. So this slide identifies the SGMA steps, and really this is the steps that local agencies will be undertaking to implement SGMA. The first, many of you probably already know, the first step was the formation of GSAs, the Groundwater Sustainability Agencies. There was a statutory deadline of June 2017 for the states, for certain basins in the state to be covered by GSAs, and that was very much a success story. More than 99% of the state's area that needed to be covered was in fact covered by a GSA as of that deadline. The next step for those GSAs is to develop GSPs, so to prepare, adopt, and then implement those plans. Those GSPs are either due in 2020 or will be due in 2022. We'll talk about where that distinction lies in a moment. But once a GSP is adopted, it can be implemented immediately. The GSAs have 20 years to implement those plans and achieve those sustainability goals by 2040 or 2042. Next slide. Okay, so now we'll talk about where SGMA applies. The leftmost pane on the map shows all 515 of the state's identified groundwater basins. And SGMA does apply to the entire state. Any basin can adopt a GSP. However, there are 94 groundwater basins that have been identified through the department's prioritization process as either high or medium priority. Those basins are shown in orange and yellow on the middle pane of the map. Those 94 basins are required to develop groundwater sustainability plans and to implement them. And those basins, those 94 basins, account for the vast majority, around 90% of both the state's groundwater pumping and irrigated agriculture. Furthermore, there's a subset of 21 basins that have been identified as critically overdrafted, and those basins have the most aggressive planning deadlines, with GSPs due January of this year. And so those critically overdrafted basins are shown in the hatch pattern on the map on the right. And I have to report that all those basins did adopt GSPs by the statutory deadline. And we'll talk a bit more about where GSPs were submitted in a moment. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So we talked about which basins are required to develop those plans. I wanted to take one slide and just talk about what the plans are at a very high level. Kind of the most simply stated, a groundwater sustainability plan is a plan that covers the entire basin that's intended to demonstrate how the locally defined sustainability goal will be achieved. Now, in terms of options of how GSAs prepare GSPs, the graphic on the bottom of the screen is intended to show that there are a couple of options. So under the most kind of simplified management and option, there's a single GSA that covers an entire basin that prepares a single GSP. Kind of moving up the chain of complexity, if there are multiple GSAs in the basin, which is allowable, those multiple GSAs can work together to prepare one GSP for the whole basin. There are some optional agreements they could consider developing, but there's nothing that's required from a coordination point of view. And then finally, the most complicated scenario, if you will, is when you have multiple GSAs in the basin And those multiple GSAs prepare multiple GSPs that are then required to be kind of stitched together, if you will, with what we call a coordination agreement. We'll show on a slide in a few moments how many basins took that approach and how many GSPs we actually got by the deadline. But I wanted to mention that we have some groundwater sustainability plan regulations that describe the requirements for GSPs, also how GSPs will be submitted to the department, how the department will review GSPs, how any reports will be submitted, and many other things. But really importantly, the GSP regulations, one of the articles describes the requirements for the contents of the GSP. So I just want to briefly hit on the main requirements of the GSP. First of all, there's the basin information. This is kind of what agencies are present in the basin, what beneficial uses and users of groundwater are present in the basin, where are they, and how have they been considered during the plan development, and how will they be communicated with going forward. The GSP is required to describe the groundwater conditions in the basin, including the hydrogeologic conceptual model. This is how the basin works, essentially, the 3D distribution, if you will, of aquifers and aquatards, how groundwater flows, how recharge works in the basin. The GSP is also required to provide a water budget, both a historical water budget and a future water budget that accounts for things like the projects that they intend to implement and the anticipated effects of climate change. Plans are required to describe the sustainability criteria. These are the sustainability goals and the quantitative metrics that will be set by the local agencies that are kind of the yardsticks for what sustainability is in their basin. A lot of monitoring data, of course, is going to be required to demonstrate sustainability, so the GSPs are required to describe the monitoring networks in the basin and how frequently, where they'll be monitored, et cetera. And finally, the GSP is required to describe the projects and actions. These are the activities that will be undertaken by the GSA to achieve sustainability or to maintain sustainability in their basin. Next slide. So now
Okay. So next, what happens when plans aren't submitted or when the department finds plans to be inadequate? This is when plans aren't submitted or plans are found to be inadequate. This starts the state intervention process. There's 3 important things to remember. The first one is that the board only steps in when local efforts fail. That means the board can't step in whenever it wants to. The next is that the state intervention process is designed to temporarily protect the basin until locals come up to speed. So it's meant to be temporary, not a permanent fix. Or a permanent fix, but not a permanent intervention. And the third is that the backstop is triggered by SGMA deadlines, which is why there's been a lot of focus on deadlines. The first one, already mentioned before, was in 2017, when all of the medium and high priority basins had to be covered by groundwater sustainability agencies. That went great. We got 99% compliance. Next was January 31st, 2020, when all of the critically overdrafted basins had to have plans adopted and submitted to the Department of Water Resources. And the next one that we've got our eye on, of course, is in 2022, when the rest of the medium and high priority basins need to have their plans adopted and into the Department of Water Resources. Next slide, please. So what happens when state intervention is triggered? It's a bit of a process. So after a bit of time, the board can hold a hearing and decide whether or not to take the basin into probation. It's an open and transparent process, and the board has some flexibility in its decisions it can make at that hearing. Next, there's time, again, built into the process for locals to fix the issues that cause the basin to be put on probation. However, if those issues aren't fixed after a certain period of time, the board can start developing its interim plan, which, if it gets to that point, would be adopted via another board hearing and another open and transparent process. Next slide, please. So a little bit on probation and what that means. The first thing is that when a basin is put on probation, the first thing is the State Water Board makes decisions, and they have a lot of flexibility in those decisions, especially around how much of the basin is subject to a probationary determination or who has to report via groundwater extraction reporting. There's, again, time built into this process to fix those issues that caused the basin to be put on probation. And the main focus here is that the board will be gathering the data it needs in case it needs to develop its own interim plan for the basin. This will require good data, and as such, the board has the flexibility to, the board can require meters on groundwater wells to get good data and the data it needs so that we can develop that plan if needed. Next slide, please. So if we get to an interim plan, these are the four main components of an interim plan. There's corrective actions to get the basin back on track, monitoring to measure progress, a schedule for those actions, and enforcement to make sure the plan is followed. The important thing is that an interim plan isn't meant to replace a GSP, it's meant to be temporary. So the statute has several different options that the board can consider when it comes to corrective actions, but since it's meant to be a temporary plan, demand management is the most likely action that we'll pursue for corrective actions. So that rounds out the basics of the state intervention process. I'm going to hand it back to Craig for a moment with the next slide, please, to talk a little bit about how it went on January 31st, 2020.
Great, thanks, Natalie. So as we talked about, the critically overdrafted basins were required to submit their GSPs by January 31st, 2020. And the slide, the map on the left side of the slide shows in blue those basins throughout the state that provided groundwater sustainability plans by that date. That includes from the 18 basins that were critically overdrafted and were required to submit those plans, a total of 43 individual plans. That also, this map also shows that there were 3 additional basins that submitted their plans early. Essentially, these are basins that were medium and high priority and had that 2022 deadline, but elected to go ahead and submit their plans early by January 31st, 2020. So in total, there were 46 GSPs submitted to the Department of Water Resources. This map also shows basins that have approved alternatives. There are 9 of those basins, and there's 1 basin that has a pending alternative, essentially an alternative that was provided in lieu of a GSP by the January 30 deadline 2020. The slide, or the right portion of the slide, shows kind of the number of GSPs that were provided by basin. We talked about the coordination agreement earlier. So all the basins that prepared multiple GSPs, and you can see that there are 6 basins in total that prepared multiple GSPs, and the number of GSPs per basin ranges from 3 to 7 for those basins. And again, those are the ones that will have kind of the most complicated kind of coordination to look at from a review point of view as the department does its review. So we've got these 46 GSPs now, and the department has begun its review process. Concurrently with opening that review process, the department also opened a required public comment period. Just because of the nature of the timing of things, there were essentially 2 batches of plans that went out for public comment. The plans that were posted early to our website, those plans, the public comment period closed in mid-May. And when that public comment period closed, we had received nearly 300 comments. The second batch of plans, which is about half of them, the public comment period actually closes tomorrow. So we expect another slug of public comments to come in over the next couple of days for those GSPs as well. So the department will consider all those public comments that are submitted on a basin by basin or GSP by GSP basis during the review of that GSP. In addition to reviewing the public comments, we also review the technical information contained in the plans. We have teams of scientists and engineers and geologists at both our headquarters and our 4 region offices that we divvied the plans up, and we're all diving into those plans right now. Some of them are quite massive, thousands of pages, in some cases tens of thousands of pages of technical information. The department has 2 years from the submission of the plans to complete our review. Our review will include a written assessment of the plan, and there's really 3 options for that assessment. The first option is that the plan can be approved. So if the plan is substantially compliant with the GSP regulations and it complies with the objectives of SGMA, then that plan will be approved. For basins with approved plans, they continue to implement the plans. And as we'll talk about a little while later, that doesn't stop their SGMA obligations. There's still a lot of reporting that they need to do to show progress towards achieving their goals that they say they're going to achieve within 20 years. The second option of our outcomes is that a plan can be incomplete. An incomplete plan is one that has some deficiencies or discrepancies that preclude approval today. It can be fixed within a period of 6 months, 180 days. So if that's the case, and if in communication with the GSA, DWR feels like those deficiencies can be corrected, then the GSA will have an opportunity to make those corrections and resubmit the plan to the department. Finally, a plan could be determined to be inadequate. That's a plan that has significant deficiencies that preclude approval. Natalie talked about already some of the triggers for state board intervention, and a finding that a plan is inadequate is one of those triggers for state board intervention. I think really importantly, I want to highlight though that a finding that a plan is inadequate would not come until a required period of consultation between the state board and the Department of Water Resources. So both the agencies would be very aware and coordinated for next steps in the event that a plan is determined to be inadequate. So I think now I'll hand it back to Natalie to talk about some of the work the board is doing right now.
Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so taking a moment to touch on coordination between the state board and DWR. So right now the boards are working to support the department's GSP review. While DWR has the ultimate say in whether plans are adequate or inadequate, it's their determination, that's in the statute. The state and regional boards have extensive regulatory experience in certain areas, especially around drinking water, water rights, water quality, other areas. And the state and regional boards are currently implementing several programs that have some crossovers with SGMA, especially in regards to stakeholders or data that's collected that could be used for multiple programs. And as such, we want to make sure that we're working to support the department's review appropriately. So there's coordination going on at the groundwater management program between us and several other parts of the state and regional boards to make sure that we're supporting the department's review. Next slide, please. So that being said, I want to point out that SGMA fits into a broader framework of regulatory issues, especially around water quality, drinking water, and other issues. And SGMA, when it was passed in 2015, wasn't designed to fix all of these issues in itself. Some people hope that it could, but SGMA wasn't designed to address legacy issues. And in fact, the statute doesn't require GSAs to address issues that occurred prior to 2015. It provides GSAs with the tools to address those issues if they choose to, but there isn't a requirement. So that being said, SGMA is part of a broader strategy, and it's one of a number of programs to be coordinated. Next slide, please. For example, here are several different water quality programs that are currently being implemented by the state and regional boards. SGMA is not intended to take over all of these programs. It's really one piece of the puzzle of water quality issues in this basin. And this slide can be done for drinking water programs and other programs. So this is just one example with water quality. However, SGMA can work in combination with all these programs. And with SGMA largely focusing on 2015 issues going forward. Next slide, please. So the state board and DWR are going to continue to coordinate on GSP review and also providing assistance to GSAs and interested parties. I'll hand it back to Craig to talk about, to kick it off with assistance actions to date.
So next slide, please. So again, so the focus of our presentation up till now has been more heavily focused on the GSP review and submission requirements, et cetera. Additionally, as Carla mentioned, it's been a while since we've had a chance to brief the state board on our activities. So suffice it to say, since 2015 and SGMA passed, there's been a lot of activity from the department's end on SGMA. In addition to our GSP regulations, we had a round of basin boundary regulations and then a couple of accompanying rounds of basin boundary modifications, as well as a couple of rounds of basin prioritization. We stewarded the formation of GSAs, that we were kind of clearing out that data, and also had the review and assessment of alternatives. Throughout that entire period, we've been providing technical planning and financial assistance. And if you go to the next slide, we'll talk more about that assistance. So since 2015, the department has provided about $180 million in assistance to the GSAs. We kind of bin those types of assistance, as I already mentioned, into three groups. So the first is planning assistance. We've provided about $10 million in planning assistance today. I think that's been a really important effort to help support local management. The planning assistance includes providing what we call a basin POC, or point of contact. These are individual engineers and geologists in our region offices that have been assigned as a point of contact for each high, medium, priority basin in the state. Those POCs attend meetings, just have discussions with the GSAs, provide support, provide clarification, and when needed, raise issues up to headquarters. So we get involved. Planning assistance also includes facilitation support. So we provided third-party, independent, neutral facilitators to go into basins and help them run meetings for things like GSA information support. That's now transitioned into GSP development, and in some cases, to GSP implementation. We also provide written translation services as part of that planning assistance. Our technical assistance, again, we've provided $20 million to date. Has included really a lot of, I think, really important tools and data sets for GSAs, as well as an important one to highlight our best management practices and guidance documents. We have a series of BMPs that are related to various components of the GSP regulations that describe best practices for how to achieve those and develop plans that satisfy the requirements of the regs. We also provide extensive data sets, things like groundwater levels, well completion reports, and recently 2 important data sets we provided have been some statewide subsidence data as well as statewide land use data. Both are very foundational and important data sets for GSAs to consider as they're developing their GSPs. We also provide extensive financial assistance through our Sustainable Groundwater Management Planning Grant Program that's provided about $150 million to date. So next slide. So I mentioned especially the technical assistance we provided. Not only is it important for us to make the investments and collect that data, it's also important to make that data readily accessible and available for the public to use, whether it's GSAs or other members of the public that are interested in viewing this data. So we have a couple of important websites. One is our SGMA Data and Tools webpage that has links to our SGMA data portal, as well as to what we call the data viewer, which is an easy way for people to, in an interactive map format, to access some of these data sets that we've provided. Also, all of our data is provided to the CNRA, the California Natural Resources Agency Open Data Platform. So it's, again, open and transparent and available to the public for their use. All right, next slide. Transition back to the state board.
All right, so taking a moment to look at data and resources that the state board has also made available that can help with GSP development and SGMA implementation. First, I'll touch briefly on data and resources drinking water tools that we have put out here at the State Water Board. One of them is Drinking Water Watch, also known as our SIDWIS database. This has important data on all of the public water systems in the state of California. Going into the SIDWIS database, you can look at public water systems by county. You can see how many wells they have, how many connections they have, what the sources are, and get the contact information for these public water systems. This could be an important resource for GSAs to consider when they're looking at all beneficial uses and users of water in their basins. Another resource is the Exceedance and Compliance of Public Water Systems that the State Water Board has put out. This has information on which public water systems already have problems or which don't. And while SGMA is not intended to address legacy issues, these data might be important, for example, when developing the basin setting, or when considering the potential impacts of management actions that a GSA is considering implementing in their basins. Next slide, please. Next, here are some water quality tools. These are all available on our GAMMA program page. GAMMA is the Groundwater Ambient Monitoring and Assessment Program. And I'll go over these briefly since I know these were covered in an information item recently. First is our GAMMA Groundwater Information System, which has water quality data compiled from several sources. Next is a USGS trend analysis tool, which allows a user to come in and look at water quality trends for 38 different analytes. And another one is our domestic well water quality tool, which estimates water quality in domestic wells. And this is part of our needs analysis for the state of drinking water in California that the board is currently working on. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to show off for a moment in the GAMA groundwater information system. It's really easy to look at water quality data. And recently, they've added layers for groundwater basins and GSAs. So this is an example of, in just a few clicks, I was able to look at exceedances of water quality analytes above a comparison concentration, so some sort of regulatory standard, for all the different analytes in the database for the past 3 years. For I didn't want to pick on anyone in particular, so I chose the South American Basin, which is where we are. But in just a few clicks, you can pull up these data and download them. So it's a really great resource that GSAs can use when looking at the current state of groundwater in their basins. Next slide, please. All right, so the next one is I just wanted to touch briefly on some water rights options that the board has been working on. So groundwater recharge is an important part of many basins' plans for sustainability. And as such, the Division of Water Rights has had several efforts to streamline surface water permitting for recharge projects. A couple of these are the Streamline Recharge Permitting Program, where local agencies with water or land use authority, or GSAs, that are interested in implementing projects that meet certain criteria can go into a streamlined process to potentially receive a surface water permit for those recharge projects. Also, we've got new 5-year temporary permits, also for GSAs and public agencies with water or land use authority, to also speed up the process when appropriate and when certain criteria are met for these recharge projects. Next slide, please. And an important piece of information that the division has recently put out. Stream systems declared fully appropriated by the State Water Board. This has recently been compiled and digitized and put on an interactive map online. So this is a resource that GSAs may want to consider when they're thinking about those recharge projects. This map outlines where the board has determined that there's no more surface water available for appropriation. That being said, there is the possibility for agencies to potentially pursue temporary permits for certain circumstances on a case-by-case basis in some of these areas that are fully appropriated. So for more information, reach out to the Division of Water Rights, but this is another important resource that GSAs may want to consider. So next slide, please, and I'll hand it back to Craig.
Thanks. So with the past couple slides that have really focused on our systems to date, we'll now pivot and talk about our systems moving forward. And really, it's really critical that that systems continues because, as I mentioned earlier, even an approved GSP out of the gate is not the end of the SIGA process. In fact, the submission of the initial GSP, you could argue is kind of the beginning of the process. That's the ability to implement that plan for 20 years. So as GSPs are being implemented, a lot of data is being collected by the local agencies. It's being reported to the state annual reports. There are 5-year updates along the way, and anticipate that as better data is collected both locally and statewide, that information will be incorporated into future plan updates, and it will ultimately improve the management of groundwater resources going forward. So of course, our technical planning and financial assistance will continue throughout the implementation period and throughout the GSP implementation. So we can go to the next slide and talk specifically about what that implementation looks like. And really kind of through the lens of at least the next 4 years, where we have a relatively high degree of certainty. So over the next 4 years, we plan to provide another $200 million of assistance. And again, breaking it up for the discussion purposes into these 3 bins, our planning systems will absolutely continue. We definitely plan to continue having our points of contact be engaged in basins, both basins that are on the 2022 track and are working in the plans now, as well as basins that have already adopted plans that are looking to implement. We'll definitely plan to continue our facilitation support with written translation services that have been very successful and it'll be vital to keep things moving as basins implement their GSPs. Technical assistance, we plan to provide about $90 million over the next 4 years. It's a variety of really exciting and important tasks and tools, 2 of which I'll highlight in a moment. That also includes things like our modeling tools that we plan to provide that will be important to GSAs to use as they go forward. And then our financial assistance program, we have about $100 million slated to be provided in implementation grants to help GSAs get those projects and management actions in place and get them started off on the right foot. So for the next slide, next 2 slides, I should go ahead and advance the next slide as I'll talk about some specific technical assistance services that we're really excited about. The first of which is the Airborne Electromagnetic Surveys, or AEM, that you might have heard about. For the layperson, AEM, you can think about it like an X-ray for the underground that helps to determine the distribution of aquifers and aquatards underground where we don't have a good way to see that information in other ways. So this AEM technique can provide information on basin characteristics up to 1,500 feet deep, and it will really help to inform important components of the plan, like the conceptual model, and importantly, can be help to identify where recharge water moves once it's in the ground, and help identify good locations on the ground surface to recharge water. And as we move into 2020, we'll be moving forward with this AEM effort. We've had some successful pilot studies to date, and we're looking to take that statewide. So go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So mentioning the importance of recharge as it relates to AEM. Additionally, the department has a flood MAR, where MAR stands for Managed Aquifer Recharge, team that's working right now on a headwaters to groundwaters research initiative to look at optimizing generally the application of flood flows to the surface to recharge water. Managed Aquifer Recharge, probably to no one's surprise, is an important component of plans that we've received to date, and will likely be an important component of plans that we receive in the future. So the department is definitely committed to helping advance this area of study along to something that can really be well implemented into GSPs. We have a Merced watershed study right now. The FloodMAR team is looking at ways to couple different water management models and tools to take advantage of those excess floodwaters and apply them to the landscapes in a way that not only provides recharge benefits, but other benefits as well. So I'm going to go to the next slide. I'll hand it back to the state board.
Okay. So I just want to talk briefly about an assistance effort that we're starting to work on now. So we have GEARS. GEARS is a data system that the Groundwater Management Program initially developed to be an internal tool for meeting our obligations to collect reporting information under statute. So this is a reporting tool where when state intervention is triggered and we have groundwater extractors that are required to report to us, they can log in, click where their well is, click where the place of use is, and provide annual extraction reporting data to us. However, we realize that this is a tool that might be really useful for GSAs to have to use in their basins when they're trying to collect information on groundwater extractions so that they can manage their basin appropriately. As such, we are in very early days in an effort to try and provide GEARS publicly so that GSAs can use this resource to collect good data and the data that they need. An important thing to note is if this is provided publicly, this will be separate from our system. So the State Water Board wouldn't necessarily be able to peer into the data that GSAs are collecting. So that's something that we're building into this consideration, but we see this as a tool that could be great if used throughout basins in California to help GSAs. And we've put a lot of time and effort into this already. And if possible, we'd like to help GSAs by providing this to the public. So it's early days, and stay tuned for more information in the future. Next slide, please. All right, so that about wraps up this presentation. I want to thank Craig for presenting with me here today. We've been working very closely with the Department of Water Resources. We recognize that this is a coordinated program, and we're having a very well-coordinated effort on SIGMA implementation. And that concludes our presentation today.
Really appreciate that, Natalie and Craig. I think as Director Nance said at the beginning, what we've really benefited from is a rich and diverse academic, NGO, stakeholder community, which really does at its heart include the GSAs themselves in trying to develop tools, have better decision-making off of better data. And so when it comes to the GEARS project, as Natalie said, that is something that will be open source. It will be locally hosted for just anyone to use on their own. And it's about repurposing these tools that can help us, again, enact SIGMA, both by the letter of the law and the spirit, and really try our best to at least make sense of what is, again, a complicated landscape and a set of challenges certainly before GSAs, including not just quantity, but quality, and how to best create the space where you have disparate actors, like many of our greatest challenges, disparate actors working in unison. So that includes our agencies. And so again, just really appreciate that everyday working relationship that I know is what at the heart of a successful implementation in the long term, and here even in the short term. So again, just thank you. Director, anything else you'd like to note or bring up? We have about, I think, 13 or so commenters, public commenters, and would also definitely want to open up to board members for comment. But Director, any sort of further thoughts from you?
Just thanks to staff for an excellent presentation, and I look forward to questions and comments from the board and members of the public. Thanks for this opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Fellow board members, any opening thoughts, comments, any questions from, there's a lot obviously that's been covered, and it has been a couple of years here before we've really had a point to have a conversation. So just open it for any opening thoughts or comments. And hearing none, we do have public comment that I can go to. So
I had a few things to say, just starting off. First of all, just really want to express my thanks to the many stakeholders that are working on this. My sense early on was that there was a lot of frustration out there with respect to those that may be regulated as a result of SIGMA, but then they quickly shifted gears, rolled up their sleeves, and got to work. And so we're really at this space now where we'll begin, along with our sister agency at the department, to evaluate those plans. I just continue to have concern regarding plans that may not be adequate, and I'm just curious what our staff has to say and the department regarding early messaging. And I realize we're taking these in groups, but what can be done to illustrate examples that work, examples that don't work, so that those GSAs that have their plans in the queue can begin some of the important work where needed to be thinking about adjustments that they may need to make to their plans.
I think that's an excellent question, and I'm going to take it because I heard the heard the pause. So that's an excellent question, and one of the things that we have been thinking about at DWR is, how do we, one, we have a statutory deadline to render a judgment in a 2-year time frame, but our goal is to make some decisions earlier than that, in part wanting to, provide by example, what it takes to be successful, and what an adequate plan actually looks like. So that's sort of one way in which we're thinking about the review process. So we're not going to wait until 2 years from now to issue all the judgments at once, if you will. I think the second piece of it is something that the administration kind of writ large is working on, and it was part of the water resilience portfolio, and that is to establish a task force that, an interagency task force that not only includes the board and DWR, but also Department of Food and Ag and any other state agencies, GoBiz and other economic development state agencies, to think about, what is the interagency effort that's going to be required to help some of these communities, transition their economies to, address some of the choices that need to be made, relative to creating a sustainable groundwater basin. And so I think in that setting, will be an opportunity to talk about what success looks like. And I think that's going to be an important way in which the administration can demonstrate that we're ready, to roll up our sleeves, because in a lot of cases, I think, what is going to kind of make these plans is if our own state agencies are sort of positioned to be efficient and responsive when implementation requires a partnership with a state agency. So that'll be a forum for us to message in that sense as well.
I really appreciate that, and also you expanding on your comments to include the close watch and analysis on economic impacts, because of course that's a great concern. This is a big shift, so I appreciate that. I have one other question, and I don't think we have enough time to really drill down much into this, but I did want to flag that a few weeks ago I did read with interest, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Institute for Water Resources, their report on managed aquifer recharge and water security through resilience. So it was just really interesting to see their focus on resilience and the multiple benefits of managed aquifer recharge. And I've just had personal experience in the past, challenges perhaps I'd say, with Corps of Engineers on some of these infrastructure projects, kind of focused more on bricks and mortar and not natural infrastructures, and the tremendous potential benefits both to groundwater recharge and natural systems. And so I'm just really excited about that report, and if you or anyone is able to comment on it, great. If not, maybe we can just continue the dialogue as we learn more about opportunities where we can work together with our federal agencies.
Yeah, I was heartened also to hear that, because I don't necessarily think of them traditionally in that role. And we are also doing a lot of work at DWR to better understand the opportunities with recharge and what does it mean in the context of a changing hydrology. And I think, that work effort is going to identify places where we're going to need to partner with the Corps of Engineers. To me, part of the, issues that we have, when we think about potential solution sets for groundwater sustainability, some of it is reoperation. And, typically those processes are very time consuming. They could take the duration of, they could take all the way until 2040, right? And so I was heartened by the Corps engaging in this research, because they're starting to understand it also as a solution set, and that through a degree of partnership, we can advocate and get to those solutions, I think, more quickly than we would have traditionally. One of the things we're also working on in conjunction with the board is really starting to understand the magnitude of recharge opportunities. How do we think about that regionally versus, coming in from individual plans, and how we work together with the board and their water rights system to make sense of that and to make progress on that where there are true opportunities, not the silver bullet, but some real true opportunities that need to be addressed in an organized way.
Yeah, Vice Chair, I think to your point, we have opportunities when it comes to some of our federal agencies, particularly Army Corps, and to the director's point, sometimes ways that traditionally those agencies themselves may not have seen themselves as part of a water supply or water quantity resolution or solution, more to do with flood or stormwater. But I think that what we now know is it's the continuum of those activities, and anything we do on the flood side is part of a water supply discussion as well. And there are water rights implications, but it's also about the Central Valley Flood Protection Board and their plan as well. And I think that there's layering here. And to your point, I think there's ways that Army Corps is starting to understand that role. It just sometimes, the math has to pencil out. And I think that what we are fortunate to have in the state here is sometimes just a different way of looking at the equations, if you will, and saying these investments actually really do give us benefit, and we really do need to see the flood control activities as a continuum of these other watershed activities. So I appreciate that.
I may add something if I was going to wait till after public comment, but I think just in a framing for listening to public comment, first of all, thank you so much to everybody that has been working on plans and for the team that put this presentation together. I really loved the graphic of showing how SGMA is one piece, but not the only piece in terms of how we're improving management of water in our state. And we wish that SGMA would fix everything, but we know that it's only one program, and it also very much interacts and fits together with many other programs in a variety of areas. So I appreciated that. I thought it was a helpful graphic. I also really appreciated the foundational framing around the importance of open data and technical assistance and development of tools to help us all in the state be able to have the information and tools needed to be able to make good decisions, understand the potential impacts of our actions at lots of different levels, whether it's individuals, the plans, the agencies that are overseeing approval of those plans. And I think we've all seen, as was said, not only do those tools exist with the department, but there's ones at the State Water Board, there's ones that individual sectors, nonprofits, industry groups have been developing, and academics. And I think, what's really clear is that SGMA and the challenges that SGMA is trying to manage are immense and are going to be incredibly challenging. And I think the only way that we are successful is really that work together to try to help our state and each of us get to the best outcomes. And lastly, I wanted to just reflect. I think we've heard a lot at this meeting, and Chair Esquivel, and I think state leadership has acknowledged that we're at a time of really unrest and clear awareness and reflection on institutionalized racism right now. And I think this is an area where what we're doing in terms of decision making, we're making choices, whether it's at the local level or through our reviews of plans that can either be that have real impacts in terms of racial impacts, and we can use our decision making to dismantle institutions of institutionalized racism and proactively promote racial equity in terms of the outcomes of the decisions that we're making and the plans. And I just think that fundamentally what we're trying to do with GSPs is weigh a pathway forward that is going to impact, there's going to be bad impacts across the board, but the GSPs are making decisions on how those impacts are felt. And so, you know, I think it's incumbent on all of us to figure out how we help make the decisions in the most informed way, and really take seriously the fact that you know, there are real implications to the decisions that we're making and the plans and prioritizations on lots of different levels. So I felt the need to say that today. Don't mean to get on a soapbox, but I just know that I think that's something that we've all been really reflecting on and thinking about what our role is and how it fits into our mission. And I think today's discussion item is particularly pertinent to thinking about how we can bring the challenge of advancing racial equity into the decision making that we do. Thanks.
So much, board member. Really appreciate those comments and thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to support obviously all the comments from the other board members so far, and so much as I'm so encouraged really by this presentation today, that I see these our two agencies, which have different yet overlapping responsibilities, able to come together in this collaborative sense during this critical time in SGMA and implementing the legislation. The first review of these plans is no small feat. I've heard some of the descriptions of the plans expressed in terms of feet of content. And so I know there's a lot of information, and it's a daunting task that everyone has to review those plans. And also I know there's a number of folks out there today, even you know, working on their comments on the plans that are due today. And so, you know, I'm encouraged by the amount of work that's been done just over the past few years, and know that we have a long way to go still. And, you know, 20 years from now, I hope, or really even sooner, I hope that we can all look back and recognize how this early investment was really paid off in terms of finding sustainable solutions for all the different uses of our aquifers. And that's for drinking water, obviously, and for agriculture, and for everything else for that matter. And so I did want to just briefly mention, you know, thinking at a high level, keeping this at a high level discussion. PPIC issued a document a couple of weeks ago with their review, their early review of some of the GSPs that they've been seeing, and just flagging some of their questions that they've been asking. And I thought the paper had a number of good questions about the types of assumptions that go into the plans when you're thinking not just on a local plan, one GSP at a time basis, but on a regional watershed scale. And, you know, the budgets, water budgets that are used, the different assumptions for water supply sources, for water trading, and, you know, for those different opportunities and, you know, tough decisions that need to be made. So I don't know if this is the right time for any response to that, but I am very interested to hear, you know, ultimately how, you know, DWR and the board, you know, frankly, are thinking through these sort of larger scale regional type complexities as we're trying to also support the local efforts of each individual GSP.
Yeah, board member, I would just say I think there's still space for discussion. I think in how we do just that. How do we Given just the, as Craig in his review of the GSPs and their structures kind of highlighted, there's some complexities in how the basins ultimately have come to find themselves, and there's challenges around how you, and I think this was maybe also early on maybe felt, how you just create a consistency across so much, such to your point, a large volume of work. And I think that those are going to be critical to understand in order to actually ensure that we implement Sigma in a way that gets us to the goals. I don't know if I certainly don't have any further insight. I don't know if we are prepared to go into much more unless Director Namath has any thought, but I think it's a good point and continues to be, I think, and is why I think analysis by outside agencies like the PPIC and other advocates and stakeholders, NGOs, academia, as Board Member Firestone said, is going to be critical, because it's giving us these early blushes and can help us do more. Because I think critically, implementation of Sigma is a statewide effort, even though as much as it's a DWR, State Water Board, local GSA effort, it is going to require us to think of it that way. And so, yeah. Board Member Doda, any thoughts or?
Nice thing about going last is basically everyone has said everything. So I'll just keep it brief by once again acknowledging all the staff from both agencies involved. I appreciate the update. It's been a while since Sigma was implemented, and actually I do want to take a moment, since we have Director Namath here, just to acknowledge and thank her for her leadership in ensuring that there is this level of coordination and cooperation between our two agencies. I have to admit, given well, my experience, I was a bit concerned about that coming into this process, but everything that I've heard from stakeholders as well as our own staff has reassured me that that level of coordination and collaboration is true, is real, is deep. And a lot of that is due to the leadership of the director. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank her for her engagement personally in this important issue.
Thank you, Board Member. Before, I guess now then we head to some public comment, just wanted to acknowledge Board Member Namath probably has a lot going on today. She's been very kind with her time, has been here for over an hour with us. Any last minute thoughts, Director, or if you would like, you can by all means stick around as well, but didn't want to keep you captive here. We're just captive, that's all.
Thank you, and I either have to find my computer charger or I'm gonna lose you all. So I think I am going to turn my attention to other things. Again, thank you for the opportunity to all of you, Chair and board members, and we really look forward to meeting these challenges together with you all. So thank you again, I appreciate it. Have a good day.
You too, thank you, really appreciate it. And you did fantastic. I thought that you've been doing this now, as we're having to at least.
All right, take care everyone, be safe.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and transition to probably about 30 minutes, I'll say, of some comment and further discussion, and then give ourselves about a 30-minute break, say at about 1, a little past 1 perhaps, and we'll come back just for everyone's planning purposes. So I think with that, we have Melissa Sparks-Krantz from the Association of California Water Agencies. And Janine will be unmuting you and calling you up, I believe, here. Hello, good to see you. We can. Thank you, Ms. Sparks-Krantz. Just want to take a quick moment. I think we may be having an issue with the live stream. Chief Counsel.
Yeah, we're just, we were alerted that when Melissa was speaking, although all of us in the Zoom meeting were able to hear her just fine, that the YouTube live feed became garbled. So I'm just gonna wait for the YouTube stream to catch up. There was a little bit of an issue, Melissa, even for us, who were a little bit choppy, but you were speaking a foreign language on the YouTube feed. Okay, and once Joaquin began speaking, or Chair Esquivel began speaking, it seemed to recover. So Melissa, we'll make sure when the posted video goes up that everybody gets to hear you just fine, because we do have a good copy of this through the Zoom meeting. And why don't we go ahead and continue on with our next speaker, and we'll keep monitoring the YouTube feed to make sure it works fine.
Thank you kindly. Really appreciate that. And again, really appreciate Ms. Sparks-Krantz comments. Next, I see we have Aaron Fukuda with the Mid-Kauai Groundwater Sustainability Agency. You'll be unmuted here, or invited to share and unmuted, or you can now unmute yourself. So good to see you, Aaron.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Esquivel and fellow board members, for the opportunity to speak to you a little bit today about some of our local insights into the Kauai subbasin. If for some reason I get a little choppy, somebody throw up some hands and I can slow down. My name is Aaron Fukuda. I'm the general manager here at Tulare Irrigation District, and also the interim general manager of the Mid-Kauai Groundwater Sustainability Agency. The Mid-Kauai GSA represents the city of Tulare and the city of Visalia, along with our irrigation district, and we are in the Kauai subbasin. The Kauai subbasin is critically overdrafted, and so subsequently we've submitted our 2020 GSP and just completed and submitted our first 2020 annual plan. And so, as we wanted to take a deep breath and maybe take a little vacation, but we're quickly finding that to keep our momentum, our region has quickly moved into our GSP implementation phase. So I just wanted to share some insights or highlights of our implementation and what we're working on. First and foremost, we're trying to fill many of our data gaps that were identified during our 2020 GSP development. Some of those are groundwater monitoring wells, water quality data that we're trying to infill, and it was encouraging to see that there are some places where we can get more information. And then on an exciting level, our subbasin has partnered with Stanford University to use some of our SkyTem, which is our aerial lithography acquisition, and implement that within our groundwater model to enhance our modeling and subsidence modeling. Our board has taken it a little bit further. We liked the information that we were gathering so much. We've been authorized to purchase a TOTEM unit, which is a sled unit that we can drag around our district to get a better sense of what our lithography looks like. It's best to know where you're putting your groundwater, not just placing it randomly. We're continuing to develop our recharge basins. Our district has long been in the business of groundwater recharge. We've been doing it for close to 100 years now. We're developing, in conjunction with one of our local disadvantaged communities, the Okieville Highland Acres recharge basin. And we believe that this project will help provide groundwater sustainability for that community, along with water quality benefits. Unfortunately, this project's hit some snags. It's funded through FEMA, and we're stuck in an environmental review loop. And so we can't get it off the ground. We're hoping this year we can get things going. We're continuing our on-farm recharge program, which has been in place for the last 3 years. And we've had a huge amount of success with this program. We really think this is the future of wet year recharge. Recharge basins are very expensive, and on-farm recharge seems to be beneficial. And then lastly, we are developing a Kauai subbasin marketing strategy. And this is a limited subbasin market program that allows flexible trading of groundwater credits to help folks that are going to be in that need. I also wanted to share, I was asked to share maybe a success story from the Mid-Kauai, and I really think one of our success stories was our reliance on our local advisory committee. It's a group of representatives from many different facets of our area, from the environmental to the disadvantaged community, from ag, from urban. And this group was tasked with developing the strategies, the criteria, and the solutions that are in our GSP. The committee worked tirelessly for 2 years. Several of those meetings went well into 4 hours. Dinner included candy bars. That's what we've lived on during that time period. And really, it reflects our ability to achieve sustainability in a manner that protects the beneficial users of our area. Looking to the future and our implementations, it's important for the state of California to give us locals that worked on the GSP an opportunity to implement our vision and achieve sustainability. This will require focus, support, and funding. Anything beyond this will simply distract us from our goal, which is groundwater sustainability. Again, I'd like to thank you for your time and allowing me to share some of my thoughts on our path to sustainability. If you find yourself in the area, I invite you to come and see our story. We have much more than just cows and almonds. We're a vibrant community that depends on a reliable water supply. Thank you.
And thank you so much for your comments, Mr. Fukuda, and the leadership. I know that you continue to demonstrate the mapping, high resolution mapping of the groundwater opportunities and the recharge availability in the basin is, again, an interesting and fantastic project, and shows the sort of innovation that can be out there in approaching how best to site projects and even really characterize one basin. So just thanks. Next, we have Trevor Joseph from the city of Roseville. Mr. Joseph, or Mr. Joseph Trevor, I'm sorry, it's transposed here on my list. So sorry, Mr. Trevor.
Well, that's okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good to have you with us.
Yeah, actually, it's Trevor Joseph. Thanks for allowing me to present today. I work for the city of Roseville, which of course is located here in the greater Sacramento area. And in reality, I actually have had the opportunity to present to the board, some of you board members in the past. It's been many years when I worked for DWR, and I want to thank you again for this opportunity to comment on SGMA implementation. I also want to reiterate Aqua's comments. I want to recognize all the hard work that local agencies and the state have taken to get here. In particular, I want to recognize the achievements of board management and staff, many of whom I got to work with. Some are not assigned to SGMA now, and as well as the Department of Water Resources, from Deputy Director Tara Ravazzini, the whole leadership team, all involved. I can honestly personally attest to just how good this group is and how talented they are. So in terms of Roseville, let me just give you some quick background, and then I'll get to some SGMA comments here. And obviously you're hearing from different GSAs throughout the state. You know, Roseville is the largest city in Placer County, and we're continuing to grow at a very fast rate. Although we've been able to secure surface water supplies from the American River Watershed, Roseville and the Sacramento region is not immune to cutbacks associated with droughts, flow requirements to meet other environmental benefits. And many agencies, including Roseville, are dependent on groundwater as either a primary or secondary source of supply. Our city and the region continues to work on conjunctive use. Specifically for us in Roseville, this means our aquifer storage and recovery program, which provides water supply reliability benefits to the city, supports regional goals, and will aid in meeting regulatory requirements like SGMA. In terms of SGMA, Roseville is located in the North American groundwater subbasin. We're part of 5 GSAs who plan to prepare 1 GSP. We're not a critically overdrafted basin, and therefore our plan is due in 2022. And as you can imagine, we're working on that GSP now. You know, the department, I'm heartened in the department, the board's recognition of a lot of the success that's happened. And I wasn't sure what was going to be presented today, but one slide that I keep going back to, and Craig had a modified version of this, which he described as steps, but there's essentially 4 phases of implementation that were described even at the onset of the program back in 2015. And as you saw, phase 1 and phase 2, you know, the development of GSAs or the formation of GSAs and the preparation of all of these GSPs is truly a major success that should be recognized Both local agencies have risen to the challenge in meeting these milestones, and stakeholders and the board and the Department of Water Resources clearly helped local agencies get there. But now we're entering phase 3, or at least those critical overdrafting basins are, and embarking on their GSPs is really going to be the most challenging aspect of SGMA, as we know. It's going to be much harder than GSA formation, GSP development, and for it to be a success, we'll need to continue to address kind of some ongoing challenges. And these challenges and recommendations, I'm trying to keep them at a very high level. And again, you've heard them today, but I just want to point back to some of the fundamentals. And again, I appreciate DWR and the board acknowledging some of these, is supporting local control. We should avoid kind of second guessing process or considering imposing changes, especially early in the implementation. I think it's important that we let SGMA play out, if you will. The process established in SGMA is a good one, and I believe we will continue to see success as GSAs meet these requirements. Another important challenge, again, kind of a fundamental, is maintaining that outcome-based metrics as the definition of sustainability and really success. And again, I know you heard about that. Essentially, it's the avoidance of those undesirable results, those 6 undesirable results. I think it's important to not fall in the trap of potentially combat science. And that, to me, starts really when we get into using other metrics, such as model results or water budget analysis itself as the measure of sustainability. And so I think it's important that we stay committed to those outcome-based metrics when evaluating success. To be honest, we purposely developed GSP regulations to have those quantitative metrics to be validated with empirical data. And it would be a shame if we kind of eroded that process over time. And then this last item might be a little corny, or maybe even a little cliche, but we need to continue kind of strong leadership and establish and maintain relationships. Really, this kind of comes down to trust. And I think at all levels, I believe, honestly, the local agencies and stakeholders have a lot of trust in the state right now. The state is definitely, both agencies met these challenges. GSAs and stakeholders working together really need to double down on those relationships. We in our basin, historically, unrelated to groundwater management, but have entered into what's called the Water Forum Agreement, which required developing a lot of trust and relationships in order to see through some common goals on water management. And I feel that this third phase, we're really going to need to focus on recognizing we kind of all have the same end goal in mind, and need to kind of double down on that effort. So again, that's all I have today. I want to thank the board again for allowing me to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. Your comments are well taken and really appreciate, I know, the continued leadership and implementation, again, at a local level, where appropriately long-term leadership needs to be. And so just thank you for that. Next, we have Jennifer Clary from Clean Water Action. And Ms. Clary, you will be invited to share your camera and unmute. Hello.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Jennifer Clary, Water Program Manager for Clean Water Action. And thank you for having this hearing today. It's been very interesting and I learned a lot. And I just wanted to kind of piggyback on something Member Diadamo said, which is how do we kind of provide good examples moving forward, or bad examples moving forward, to folks who are still working on their plans and for folks as they're updating their plans. And I've been I've looked at about 30 plans, and what I notice is that even on complex issues where DWR issues really clear guidance and tells people what they expect, that things get done. So identifying disadvantaged communities, people go on the map, they put it in their plan and it's done. For climate change, they get it done. It's pretty straightforward. For groundwater dependent ecosystems, at least they start with the map and then kind of move down. But so I really think it would be a great idea as you review the plans to focus on where things seem to be unclear. And the thing that I've noticed most is in well impacts, because well depths apparently weren't required in the plan because almost no one does well depths, and also water quality. So that was a great little jigsaw puzzle graphic that we saw, but that graphic doesn't actually tell a GSA what they're expected to provide. And one of the minimum things that I would hope that we can provide is somebody actually thinking about the water quality impacts of groundwater management, in particular groundwater recharge, and thinking about how we can message that in a stronger and more specific and quantitative way. I would think would be really important. And finally, I also want to piggyback on what Member Firestone said, which is we really need to think about how to make this moment resonate in the work that we do. And I think that one of the things we've been trying to understand as SGMA implementation continues is how we change the power dynamic at the local level. It's great that everyone's working together, but in many cases, they're working with the same people they've always worked with. They're not getting out of their comfort zone. And I think trying to figure out how to encourage that or require that at the local level is gonna be a big help, both for environmental justice and racial justice, and also for sustainability. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Clary, for your comments. Much appreciated. Next, we have Emily Rooney from Agricultural Council of California. Ms. Rooney, you should be invited here to share. There you are. Good to see you.
Hello, thank you. Most of my comments have been covered today, but thanks for the opportunity to comment. Chair Esquivel, members of the board, my name is Emily Rooney. I represent Agricultural Council of California. So we represent about 15,000 farmers across the state of California, from small farmer-owned businesses to some of the world's best-known brands. And so a lot of our members are engaged at the local level as it relates to the GSAs and creation of the GSPs. I just wanted to say I'm encouraged by Chair Esquivel's comments in terms of the positive working relationship between the State Water Board and DWR, because that's a sentiment that we also share. We recognize that the partnership between the locals, DWR, and the State Water Board is very dynamic, and but it's a process that we also support. I was also encouraged to hear Director Nemeth's comments about an interagency workforce to look at the economic impacts and some of the other challenges around SGMA, because between this and the data collection piece, we're going to learn a lot in the next 5 to 10 years on impacts at the local level, and to try to address some of the serious issues and challenges that we're seeing there. So I just want to say we recognize that there's a long way to go in terms of data collection, implementation of the plans once we collect the data, and ultimately getting to sustainability. So it's a work in progress, and just thank you to everybody for the work that you're doing. Thanks.
Thank you. That's much appreciated. Yeah, to your point, there's, I think, a number of programs and efforts out there with pockets of information, and I think successful implementation, again, not unlike the graphic that we saw with the puzzle piece of SGMA and all the other programs out there, is going to require us to make better use and ensure that, although not originally for various purposes, that we can at least make sense, I think, of the different efforts out there. Make sure we're not wasting resources. And I think, and to your point, a lot of it is in the data and characterizing what is actually happening, so that we can make better decisions off of that information and act off of a lot of information we already have as well. Yeah. So just really appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I will quickly, we haven't had a lunch break. I hate to break this item in two with a lunch, but we have 6 individuals still yet to go. Assuming still the 5-minute default for all those, we'll be here for a bit before we get something to eat. So let's go ahead and break quickly, give ourselves about 25 minutes, and we will start back up here at 1:30 and continue on with item number 9, and then go back up to the top of the list with item number 6. That work with everybody, hopefully? And I hope we don't lose too many folks on our list. And those that are actually on the webcast, if you were looking to provide public comment, you need to go to our website, waterboards.ca.gov. There's instructions there, but do otherwise email comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov and indicate that you'd like to speak on this item, item number 9, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act update. We'll see everyone here though in, again, about 25 minutes at 1:30. So see you then. Thank you.
Janine, do you have the presentation slide to put up that indicates we'll restart at 1:30? Can you just let me know, Janine, that way, otherwise I can go ahead and put it up from my screen. You were speaking, I was unable to hear you a moment ago.
I just put it up. I'll get it up right now.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
Hello, everyone. Joaquin here again, and it's 1:30, and I think we can, and I apologize, I probably should have, before we went on our break, flagged that our next speaker is going to be Mr. Danny Merkley from the California Farm Bureau Federation. I could have provided Mr. Merkley perhaps a little better time here. Hopefully he has joined us. I'll wait for our other board members to pop on as well, but we'll slowly. There's Mr. Merkley. I think board member Dodak and board member or Vice Chair Exceedances should be here in a moment if you want to hold off Mr. Merkley, but otherwise feel free to start.
So you want me to hold off a little bit or start?
Yeah, it probably wasn't the clearest. You know, I think you can start. I think our board members should be here any moment now.
Can't probably listen to me anyway.
That's a good point. This
You've heard enough from me over the years. So really, yeah. So really, thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. Danny Merkley with the California Farm Bureau. Like Emily said, a lot of what's been said already is really what I was going to say. Farm bureaus, both the California Farm Bureau and the county farm bureaus have been working tirelessly, spending thousands and thousands of hours and resources trying to get people engaged. As you can imagine, some of our members, rightfully so, have really pushed back because this is going to have a very immediate impact on them in the next coming years. It already has. But it is very important to us that Sigma succeeds. If it doesn't, we're going to end up with something with very unrealistic outcomes, hopes, goals. And so we're doing everything we can, from creating documents that are to help guide our members and to guide locals on how the process works, put them in plain speak language or Danny Merkley language so everybody can understand it. So I think one of the key components of Sigma is the fact that it was recognized that it was best locally driven. The State Water Board backstop was important for those that maybe needed a little more motivation to engage and get going and all of that. And so that's an important part of it. The timelines are very, very challenging for everybody. They're challenging for the State Water Board staff that are working on this. They're extremely challenging for DWR. This is a whole new role for them. They're having to work into it and understand it. And I'll just reiterate, I'm very encouraged and very, very pleased to see the what appears to be a very good spirit of cooperation between the agencies with your different expertise and data and information you have to offer to help each other out. I know behind the scenes that's not always as nice and neat as maybe presentations show, but I am encouraged, and I would encourage staff at the Water Board and the staff at DWR to continue to support each other, help each other out, especially with these very difficult timelines that have just been exacerbated by the COVID-19 and people trying to work from home and all of that. I don't know where that's going to get us a year or two down the road as we start coming into some more timelines that have to be met. Hopefully we can push through this and get these things done and meet these timelines. At the local level, I think one of the things that I was surprised I hadn't heard anybody talk about is the real severe impacts on locals being able to get their plans put together, and some of that with the recent revelation of the May revise and the necessary cuts that the governor has in there impacting Sigma and assistance to the locals. Don't know how that's going to shake out. We're hopeful that it's not going to create a need for even more taxes, fees, whatever you want to call them, on local landowners and pumpers and whatnot, because they're hurting severely as well, just like everyone else is. So with that, I think I'll just wrap up and say I hope and expect that the State Water Board and DWR are going to continue to look at Chapter 10 and how that's put together, so you guys are continuing to work together and not climbing on top of one another or getting each other's way, especially during these very, very severe short timelines that we have looking forward to. I could always say more, but really much of it's been said. So thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you as well, Mr. Merkley, for your longstanding contributions, and even here still today with your comments. The point is well taken, that SGMA doesn't come without just pain, challenges. And these are historical, though. I think that what's important is that there is a generational lens rather, in so much of this work. And it's in that same lens that we approach both the uncertainties that the hydrology might provide us, one or two, dry years, a few dry years here in the middle of this 20-year implementation horizon can really change the calculus, I think, on some of these basins. And so there's that uncertainty, but to your point, also funding uncertainties. And I think what we'll continue to commit to do is working through those. And I know working through those with you and many other stakeholders. And I think to much of the theme of today, implementation is a statewide effort. And so just want to again thank and acknowledge your comments and points, and look forward to continuing to implement successfully.
Thank you.
Next, I have on my list here, let's see, let me make sure I'm in the right item. Kimberly Burr from Green Valley Creek Restoration. And so Ms. Burr, you should be getting an invitation to share your camera, and you can unmute yourself. Hello, good to see you.
Hi, thank you so much. Very, very interesting meeting today. My name is Kimberly Burr, and I'm over in Sonoma County in the coastal watershed area, and longtime restoration volunteer on Green Valley Creek. And I know you're kind of talking big picture things today, so I didn't want to get down my weeds too far, but I think one of the examples I have kind of does inform statewide issues. Basically, also wanted to acknowledge your leadership and the fact that I'm very hopeful that people in Central Valley are going to get clean, adequate water in the near future, reliable, and I really, really appreciate your efforts and the board's efforts in that regard. It's been a long time coming. Big picture, Green Valley Creek is an important coho salmon creek. It was a creek where the coho recovery program basically started because they took the last coho in the Russian River Basin, which is a fairly large basin, and took them up to a hatchery, and that's what they propagate all the coho from now. It still has some habitat, and it's underlain by a water-bearing formation called the Wilson Grove Formation. But even though it's a very high priority creek, because it is critical habitat, a lot of federal and state money has gone in to try to restore it. My experience has been that restoration is not going to work unless there's water. So I always pick up my ears when I hear people saying we want to restore an area, but it's not going to work unless we have the water. So unfortunately what happened, even though it's a critical habitat, high priority area, it was given a medium priority for groundwater. And since that time, the Santa Rosa Plain and the Petaluma GSAs have kind of carved out different areas. And so the Wilson Formation has been cut in half, basically. And that now puts Green Valley Creek in the low priority category, which means it's never going to be covered by SGMA. It's not going to be covered by SGMA in the near future. So it's a very, I think, unintended consequence. It's a mistake. And I've tried to bring this to the attention of DWR and the state. And actually, NOAA Fisheries has an important interest here, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife have written letters to the same effect. So seems like an easy fix to me. I think it was a mistake. Green Valley Creek should never be considered low priority. It's a medium priority at the lowest, and it's critical habitat. So I'm concerned that by downgrading it to low, it's actually going to increase the harm, the potential harm to endangered species. And I don't think that's the outcome anybody wanted. And I think that I don't want to take time and attention away from what's going on in the Central Valley, but maybe somebody on your staffs can just look at that and fix that, because it's going to make our job even harder to restore the coho salmon in the Russian River area. And I put a lot of time and energy into it, and a lot of other people have. So basically, we just need to continue to look at the science, not do political gerrymandering of these boundaries. And I think that's could be a statewide concern and statewide issue that needs to be carefully looked at. I'm all in favor of local control, but I think that in my area, in Sonoma County, we don't have a good handle on groundwater pumping. And to the extent that, we want to be 100% sustainable, it's not working if we don't really manage our groundwater. And by divvying up these basins that way, it really undermines any claims that we're going to be sustainable. So I'm really excited that you guys are so well versed in this, because I'm not that well versed in it, but I do watch my creek and I work hard to keep these fish from going extinct, and I appreciate all the support I can get. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Burr, for your comments. Much appreciated. Next up, we have Jonathan Nelson from the Community Water Center. And Mr. Nelson, you'll be invited to share your camera and unmuted. Good to see you. You may still need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
There we are. Thanks.
There we go. Thanks, everyone. Good to see you all. Jonathan Nelson with Community Water Center. I think I want to start just by really quickly recognizing that this is a very difficult time for everyone, but directly, viscerally for the Black community. And it's really heart-wrenching reminder that we have to continue to work to break down systemic systems of injustice that disproportionately impact people of color, and work to do that in every context. And I think it really speaks to the leadership at the State Water Board for the comments that have already been shared on that note today. So moving to the SGMA item. So just first of all, thank you for that really helpful presentation. Whoever did that puzzle piece graphic, nice job. At CWC, we want to recognize that a lot is being asked of agency staff right now at both DWR and the board. Given the magnitude of SGMA and with the coronavirus pandemic. And obviously that challenge has only gotten more difficult in light of the current budget realities. So just thank you to agency leadership, but especially to Karen Ravazzini, Craig Altair, and Natalie Stork and your team. Second, I also want to share that there's real and legitimate concerns, obviously by many stakeholders, but certainly with communities we work with, that many GSPs will not protect community access to drinking water. We've been working to try to encourage community engagement through the process, and have been trying to share as we've been seeing what's been just unfolding the last couple of years. But I think that concern is really reinforced by a New Water Foundation SGMA report that's focused on water quantity impacts to vulnerable communities, and was based on a study conducted by technical experts that found that over 100,000 Californians could lose access to water, looking at just a subset of the GSPs, 26 GSPs in the San Joaquin Valley, with potential cost to mitigate in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So I know time is short right now, so I'm not going to get into details of that report, but that report's really, we think, helpful and encourage further digging into it, in part because it provides a potential model for further analysis for during the review that's going to be happening moving forward. Because the limitations of that report is it didn't look at water quality, and it only looked at a subset again of GSPs. And I think the findings are still really significant, even with those limitations. The other thing just to flag is that the power dynamics from the local level, even if unintentional, have been very unequal. Many GSA advisory committees at best maybe had one dedicated seat to environmental justice communities, or in some cases, no seats. And this all has bearing in light of what equitable outcomes look like and avoiding perpetuating disproportional impacts to our most vulnerable Californians. So to close, we really want to try to help make the TWR and the board and this huge task before you success. So we've been trying to think of creative ways to do that. We welcome feedback about how to continue to support you, to provide you an opportunity to continue to engage with communities. Just one resource we recently developed based on a gap that we were seeing at the local level was around well mitigation programs. And really just thinking that there was a space for more sort of guidance and support to local GSAs to help them think about, how do you put together a successful domestic well mitigation program? What are the components? How do you work with communities on that? So we've developed a resource. We're going to be trying to get it out as far and wide as we can in the coming weeks. I think, our reach is limited. So we really welcome you all to use that resource and others that we've developed as you see fit, and want to help support you all in this really important work you're engaged on. So I'll close just by saying thank you again. Really wonderful, remarkable staff you have at both the board and DWR, and hope everyone's staying safe during this difficult time. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nelson, for your continued collaboration in this space. As Director Namath at the start of today's discussion highlighted, we're very fortunate for a rich engagement from NGO groups, community-based organizations, academia, and others. And the tools that are being developed, the analysis that's being put forth helps us do what is a difficult task here, all of us. Again, the collective task of being successful, making good decisions, and those decisions being based off the best available information and analysis at low cost to GSAs, developing, again, the suite of tools that help them incorporate these considerations and become successful. Because again, we take care to say SGMA isn't here to address the legacy challenges we know we also inherit, but it isn't. It is also, though, a tool to facilitate then solutions in the space, and doesn't have to be seen as a lowest common sort of endeavor. And in fact, if we see it as a lowest common endeavor, won't be successful in my mind. So thanks, much appreciated again. Next, I'd like to call up Eric Osterling, who is the Greater Kauai GSA. And I believe Mr. Osterling may be our last commenter, unless Mr. Deach has been able to be contacted at this point, Mr. Locker.
So first of all, no, we've not heard from Mr. Deach. And then as for Mr. Osterling, it appears that he was unable to join us after the break. So we have completed our commenters on item 9.
Thank you, much appreciated then. Comment being completed at this point. Is there any additional thoughts or comments from any of the board members? I think I've said enough. Just very appreciative of everyone's incredible work, though, and just very thankful for what is, I know, a lot of work to be done still yet. Mr. Altair, Craig Altair's comment. Really, we are at the beginning of as we implement in this space. So. But again, would open for any closing thought as well from any board members.
I wanted to say thank you also in particular to the, some of the leaders of the GSAs that participated today, and the offer around being able to come down and see more of the implementation and projects on the ground. I think, certainly that's something I'm interested in. I know there's a lot of challenges right now around travel, but I also think it would be so helpful for us to, be able to see more presentations and hear more from, or maybe just meet with GSAs so they can kind of go over the work that they've done and the plan they've submitted and how they're planning to continue to evolve their plan to address the challenges in their region. I think that's helpful for all of us that are making decisions on not just related to SGMA, but also the many related programs around. So I'll just say for myself, would love to follow up and extend the invitation for any GSA to reach out, and would love to learn more about individual plans and basins, and then just offer thanks. I think everyone has extended that to staff and stakeholders, so appreciate that.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone, and I'd like to join you in your offer. It's always great to hear from folks from all perspectives at a time where we're not in a direct position to be making immediate decisions. So just in the name of further education, I make that offer as well. Thanks.
Well, I don't want to sound like I'm not receptive of invitations to go visit and learn more about GSA. So I too am, of course, interested always in a learning mode. Happy to join in.
All right, I have to chime in and say ditto.
I'm glad you all did, because I have no interest in seeing any of you. I'm kidding. I too open my doors, certainly. I know I've had an opportunity to chat with a number of GSAs, had a couple of visits actually down into the Central Valley and the San Joaquin Valley particularly. But continue to have an open door, I think, to Vice Chair Diadamo's point, where we don't have any decisions before us. And so now is actually the time to be able to chat, understand, and help us provide, which we're always are wanting, the context of implementation on the ground. Because we here are called to often make some decisions that we're not implementing, and I think we openly acknowledge that, and so really appreciate that on the ground time, maybe virtual or otherwise at this point. And so we'll just have to continue to adjust. So thank you all for that. And with that, I will close out item number 9 and bring us back to item number 6 on our informational item calendar here. And item 6 is an update on our water recycling policy implementation. We'll bridge on the supply side and say that these water recycling projects where wastewater is taken and used for other purposes, there's a project I know of in Turlock and Ceres where wastewater is treated and used for agricultural purposes actually there. And so I think there are ways that certainly our recycled water policy plays into going back to SGMA and its implementation. How do we continue to, and really the heart of it is how do we continue to maximize our water resources above, below ground, and the integration therein. So with that set up, it's good to see folks, and I turn it over to the presentation.
Great. Well, thank you, Chair Esquivel, and good afternoon, board members. My name is Laura McClellan, and I'm a senior environmental scientist in the Division of Water Quality. Next slide, please. So presenting with me today will be Tricia Lee and Rebecca Greenwood, both with the Division of Water Quality, as well as Melissa Gunter with the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board. And then for the item, we also have a number of folks. We have Claire Wagoner and Shala Faranak with the Division of Water Quality, as well as Tim Regan from the Office of Chief Counsel and Randy Barnard from the Division of Drinking Water. Next slide. So today we'll be presenting an update for you on the work that we've been doing over the past year to implement the most recent amendment to the recycled water policy, which feels like it was just recently amended, but it was actually amended December of 2018. and took effect April of 2019. So first, Ms. Greenwood will talk about the implementation of the annual volumetric reporting requirements that were added to the recycled water policy. Then Ms. Gunter will provide a case study of some of the work the regions have been doing to update recycled water permits. And she'll hand it off to Ms. Lee, who will talk about some of the other implementation actions. And then she'll hand it back to me to cover 2 additional items, as well as some of the work that we're planning to address in the coming year. Next slide. So before we dive into the details on recycled water policy implementation actions, I wanted to highlight something that touches on what you said, Chair Esquivel, that the actions that we'll be discussing today really fulfill many of the goals that were outlined in the Water Resilience Portfolio draft report that was developed by several agencies in response to Governor Newsom's executive order N1019. And the report states that climate change will increase water supply challenges throughout the state. And the state board has recognized through the recycled water policy that recycled water can be a reliable alternative water supply that can assist communities in becoming more resilient in the face of that climate uncertainty. So these goals here on this slide are the resilience portfolio goals that overlap, we felt, most closely with the actions that we're going to be talking about today. Next slide. So like the Water Resilience Portfolio draft report, the policy contains a goal to increase the use of recycled water to at least 2.5 million acre feet per year by 2030. And the policy amendment also added 2 narrative goals. The first, to reuse all dry weather direct discharge to ocean waters, enclosed bays, estuaries, and coastal lagoons to the extent feasible. And then the second, to maximize the use of recycled water in areas where groundwater supplies are threatened. And to evaluate current recycled water use and determine whether or not the state can meet these ambitious goals, the policy requires annual volumetric reporting of both wastewater and recycled water. And now I'll hand it off to Ms. Greenwood, who will go into detail on the implementation of those new volumetric requirements.
Thank you, Ms. McClellan. Next slide. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Rebecca Greenwood, and I'm an engineering geologist leading the effort in implementation of the volumetric reporting requirements. Next slide, please. As Ms. McClellan mentioned, oh, back one more slide. There we go. As Ms. McClellan mentioned, the recycled water policy has a numeric goal to increase recycled water use to 2.5 million acre feet a year by 2030. And that's a big goal, but exactly how close are we to that number? And previously, in 2009 and 2015, the State Water Board and Department of Water Resources conducted surveys to answer the question of how much recycled water is produced and used in California. As of 2015, California was producing and using 714,000 acre feet per year of recycled water. However, the survey didn't really answer the question of how much water could be recycled in the future. Going forward, the policy's volumetric reporting requirements will give us the data needed to start answering these questions on an annual basis. Next slide. There we go. In July 2019, the State Board Executive Director issued an order to update the monitoring and reporting programs to implement the recycled water policy to both wastewater treatment plants and recycled water producers. Collaborating with the regional boards, staff completed a data dive to identify these facilities and issued and mailed over 800 orders. The order requires the annual reporting of volumetric data for influent, what's coming into the plant, production, what level of treatment is that water being processed to, discharge, where's that water going, and if applicable, recycled water use such as groundwater recharge or landscape irrigation. Next slide. Staff evaluated potential reporting systems and selected GeoTracker to house the reporting module to make tracking the data consistent, electronic, and available to everybody. The module started to take shape and the team conducted beta testing with both regional board staff and external stakeholders. We did this to solicit input on the system and to ensure that the reporting process was streamlined. After incorporating all this feedback into the reporting system, The GeoTracker reporting module was released in March of 2020. However, due to the COVID-19 crisis, the State Water Board Executive Director granted a 60-day extension on the reporting deadline for the 2019 year calendar report data from April 30th to June 30th, 2020. This extension provides agencies some flexibility and will assist with additional time in completing their reports. Next slide. As of today, we have 405 out of 820 annual reports that have been submitted in GeoTracker. And staff have created a recycled water help desk, and in collaboration with the GeoTracker help desk have answered hundreds of emails and calls from dischargers since the initial notice and order went out in 2019. Staff have conducted outreach to dischargers through email, listservs, and hard copy mailers. In addition, we also coordinated with Water Reuse California and the California Association of Sanitation Agencies to provide information about the requirements and resources to their members. To assist in completing the report, additional resources have been developed, including a training webinar, a help guide, and a frequently asked questions fact sheet, which are all available on the Recycled Water Policy Volumetric Reporting webpage. Dischargers needing additional assistance with the volumetric annual report can contact the Recycled Water Help Desk. Next slide. Staff are working to develop analysis reports and will be collaborating with regional board staff to create resources that will be useful in communicating with their own boards and completing an analysis of wastewater and recycled water within their regions. Staff will develop an online map to display the locations and types of facilities that are completing this reporting, including a summary of those volumetric entries from those reports. As data are coming in, staff are performing quality assurance checks and will continue to assist dischargers with reporting as needed. Data collected will be made publicly available by a data download for people to use and conduct their own analysis as well. These data generated by this report will assist in tracking progress towards the current goals in the recycled water policy and the draft water resiliency portfolio, as well as evaluating the potential for increased recycled water use in the future and assisting with statewide water supply planning efforts. This concludes my presentation, and now I will hand it off to Ms. Gunter, who will provide a case study on a regional approach to transition regulatory coverage to the 2016 General Order for Water Reclamation Requirements.
Thank you, Ms. Greenwood. Good afternoon, board members, and thank you, Chair Esquivel, for your deeply meaningful opening message this morning. My name is Melissa Gunter, and I'm a Water Resource Control Engineer with the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board. I'm here to share a unique region-specific case study on how we successfully transitioned regulatory coverage for many recycled water administrators in compliance with the recycled water policy. Next. Per the policy, regions are required to transition recycled water coverage from regional general orders to the State Water Board water reclamation requirements for recycled water use. The regulatory coverage transition date is dependent upon the Recycled Water Administrator's Title 22 Engineering Report approval date. Title 22 of California's Code of Regulations refers to state guidelines for how treated and recycled water is discharged in use. A Title 22 engineering report is required for each recycled water facility and program that includes at a minimum technical documentation of the treatment design, plans, and criteria, as well as methods of operation, maintenance, and control of recycled water uses. The regulatory transition date of April 2020 was applicable to 22 recycled water administrators enrolled in our regional order with engineering reports approved after 2001, which aligns with the most recent Title 22 water recycling criteria update. Next. This map depicts the locations of the 22 recycled water administrators transitioned to the statewide recycled water general order, indicating the distribution of recycled water use throughout the San Francisco Bay region. Recycled water administrators in the region include producers, distributors, and users of recycled water, as well as legal entities such as joint powers authorities. In addition to the recycled water administrators that are displayed on this map, there are 23 administrators that are permitted under individual water reclamation requirements and other smaller private on-site recycled water treatment facilities that are currently in the permitting process. Next. 26 Recycled water administrators were previously enrolled under the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board General Order 9611, which was adopted in 1996 for recycled water production and use on a municipal scale. So to minimize the staff administrative work in transitioning the enrollees to the statewide recycled water general order, we implemented a streamlined process and issued one notice of applicability and monitoring and reporting program to 22 of those administrators to transition their regulatory coverage. We tailored the notice to clearly state the applicable Title 22 water recycling requirements, which do vary based on treatment and disinfection level and recycled water uses. Thus, in the notice, we included site-specific treatment level, disinfection type, and ultraviolet disinfection operating conditions, as well as cross-reference the NPDES permit. And the monitoring program was designed to ensure Title 22 and recycled water policy compliance. We extensively collaborated with the administrators throughout the process to keep them informed, as well as receive their valuable input on proposed changes in the notice and monitoring program as compared to the regional general order requirements. We also collaborated with our NPDES and waste discharge requirements divisions to ensure that any discharges associated with recycled water production are covered by a separate NPDES permit or waste discharge requirements were applicable. Next. The next steps in our permitting process include transitioning the regulatory coverage for the 4 remaining enrollees that are under our regional general order with engineering reports approved prior to the 2001 deadline. The enrollment will be completed by April 2022, following the Division of Drinking Water's review and approval of their updated engineering reports. The other 23 recycled water administrators enrolled under individual water reclamation requirements will be assessed and transitioned to the state's order on a case-by-case basis if appropriate. And then following the transition of all of the recycled water administrators from the regional order to the state order, we will present the rescission of the regional order to our board for consideration. So that concludes my presentation, and I'll now turn it over to Ms. Lee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gunter. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Tricia Lee, and I am an environmental scientist in the Division of Water Quality, leading the implementation of the recycled water policy. So I'm just going to go through a couple other tasks that staff have been working on to implement the policy. Next slide, please. In July 2019, the State Water Board Executive Director issued an order to remove monitoring for priority pollutants in recycled water used for landscape irrigation, consistent with the policy. Staff is coordinating internally to update the statewide recycled water general order in order to remove this requirement from the template monitoring and reporting program associated with that order. And staff estimates bringing a proposed amendment to the general order to the board for consideration in 2021. Next slide, please. The next item is that staff have been working to complete a wastewater change petition checklist that would be used by prospective recycled water projects to submit to the Division of Water Rights. This checklist will assist the division in determining if a wastewater change petition process is necessary for that recycled water project. So staff is working with stakeholders to obtain feedback on the checklist to ensure that it is useful for prospective recycled water projects. A finalized version of this wastewater change petition checklist is estimated to be completed in fall 2020. Next slide, please. And so the last item I'm going to cover is monitoring for constituents of emerging concern, or CECs, which is required by potable reuse facilities. The policy included updated monitoring requirements for a list of health and performance, or targeted CECs, and surrogates for CECs, which were required as of the effective date of the policy. Additionally, potable reuse facilities are required to begin the use of 2 bioanalytical screening tools to evaluate bioactivity in recycled water resulting from estrogenic and dioxin-like constituents. This updated CEC monitoring was based on the recommendations of the most recent Science Advisory Panel for CECs in recycled water, and monitoring results are required to be submitted to GeoTracker. Next slide. Because of the novelty of the use of bioanalytical tools in recycled water, the Science Advisory Panel also recommended the convening of a bioanalytical implementation advisory group. This group would guide potable reuse permittees in implementing the bioanalytical monitoring required by the policy. Water Reuse California contracted with the National Water Research Institute to convene this group, which included members from the Science Advisory Panel, industry experts, and State Water Board staff. The group developed a guidance document that can be used by labs to produce standard operating procedures for the bioanalytical screening tools required by the policy. Next slide. So regional water boards will update monitoring and reporting programs, or MRPs, for potable reuse facilities to become consistent with the policy. Staff developed an MRP template to assist the regional water boards and distributed it in August 2019. There are 9 potable reuse facilities in California. 1 MRP has been updated, 7 MRP updates are in progress, and 1 facility is not currently operational, so the MRP update has been deferred. Potable reuse facilities are also required to develop a quality assurance project plan, or QAPP, for CEC monitoring to ensure that data are of known, consistent, and documented quality consistent with the policy. The QAPP will contain standard operating procedures, including those for bioanalytical screening tools, as well as documents such as the facility's quality assurance manuals. So staff developed a QAPP template and distributed it to potable reuse facilities in December 2019. QAPPs representing 6 of the 9 facilities have been submitted and are currently under review. Next slide. So staff are continuing to work with the regional water boards to ensure that the remaining MRPs are updated. And staff are also working with the potable reuse facilities to approve submitted QAPPs. As CEC monitoring data and results of the bioanalytical screening are submitted to GeoTracker, the data will be evaluated on an ongoing basis. This concludes my presentation, and I will turn it back to Ms. McClellan.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Next slide, please. So the 2018 amendment to the policy updated several requirements for salt and nutrient management planning. And one of those requirements is that the regional water boards must evaluate their groundwater basins by April of 2021 to identify where salt and nutrient management plans, or SNMPs, are needed to achieve water quality objectives for those basins. Next slide. So the Central Valley, Santa Ana, and San Diego regions have completed their basin evaluations, and staff is working with the San Francisco Bay, Los Angeles, Lahontan, and Colorado River regions to make sure that they're able to meet that deadline. The North Coast and the Central Coast regions are opting to utilize basin planning processes rather than stakeholder-led SNMPs to manage salts and nutrients in their regions. Next slide. So in order to assist the remaining regions with prioritizing their basins, staff is planning to hold an SNMP summit with state and regional water board staff this fall to discuss the basin evaluation efforts. And staff held a similar workshop in 2016 that was helpful to share experiences and feedback, and a lot has changed for groundwater management in California since then, as we heard on the last item. So staff plans to discuss the development of data analysis and visualization tools to help the regions in evaluating their basins for salts and nutrients. And staff also plans to discuss the new policy requirement to annually upload SNMP data into the Groundwater Ambient Monitoring and Assessment System, or GAMA system, as well as continuing to identify areas of overlap between salt and nutrient management planning and the groundwater sustainability plans developed under SGMA. Next slide. So I mentioned the requirement for the regions to evaluate their basins by 2021. And another key upcoming deadline to be aware of is for the regional water boards to review and evaluate previously submitted salt and approved salt and nutrient management plans by April of 2024 to evaluate how observed trends in water quality data compare to predicted trends and evaluate potential data gaps, new salt and nutrient sources, as well as to determine whether updates to salt and nutrient management plans are needed to make the plans consistent with the policy. And over the coming year, staff plans to coordinate with the GAMMA program to help develop those tools to assist the regions in conducting those evaluations. Next slide. So another of the key implementation items for the policy is for regional water board staff to review recycled water permits issued prior to 2001, as Ms. Gunter mentioned, which is when the California Code of Regulations Title 22 water recycling criteria were last updated. Staff will identify whether the Title 22 engineering reports associated with those permits need to be updated or developed in some cases, and then update those permits as needed to ensure that they're consistent with current regulations. And if possible, the regions will try to transition those permittees to the statewide recycled water general order at that time. And the deadline for this action is April of 2022. Next slide. And in tandem with this effort, as Ms. Gunter mentioned, the policy requires regional water boards to transition their recycled water general order enrollees to the statewide general order or another order as appropriate. Enrollees with up-to-date Title 22 engineering reports were required to transition by April of 2020. And as Ms. Gunter mentioned, staff from the San Francisco Bay and Los Angeles regional boards worked hard to meet that deadline. And staff is working with the outstanding enrollees to transition their coverage by April of 2022, at which time those regional board recycled water general orders will cease to have force and effect under the policy. Next slide. So this table shows in greater detail the progress that the regions have made in transitioning enrollment from regional board general orders to the statewide recycled water general order. The San Francisco Bay has 4 remaining enrollees from their general order with outdated Title 22 engineering reports. The Los Angeles Regional Board has completed their transition, and their board rescinded their recycled water general order at their most recent May board meeting. And as you heard from Ms. Gunter, the San Francisco Bay took kind of a novel approach to streamline the enrollment of their general enrollees under that statewide recycled water general order. And staff will be working with the Colorado River region over the coming year to evaluate whether they can take a similar approach for their enrollees. And then the far right column of this table shows an estimate of the number of pre-2001 recycled water permits at each of the regions that may need to be updated. And as part of these updates and as appropriate, the regional boards are going to evaluate whether they can enroll those permittees under the statewide recycled water general order, which is a less resource intensive process. And staff is developing tools and resources to assist in bringing these permits into compliance with current regulations and policies, including developing an electronic notice of intent form, an electronic report of waste discharge forms, and integrating these permits into GeoTracker. Next slide. So another item of note is that through the policy amendment process, staff determined that both of the 2 remaining enrollees under the statewide landscape irrigation general order were willing and able to transition to the statewide recycled water general order. The Central Valley Regional Board transitioned 1 enrollee in 2019, and there's 1 enrollee that is pending in the process of transitioning to the statewide recycled water general order, pending approval of their revised Title 22 engineering report. And once there are no remaining enrollees, staff will present the order to the board for consideration of rescission, likely this fall, since the statewide recycled water general order covers the same use of recycled water for landscape irrigation. Next slide. As Ms. Lee mentioned, the 2018 amendment to the recycled water policy was informed by recommendations from the reconvened Science Advisory Panel on CECs in recycled water. And I wanted to mention an important related effort that staff is working on this year. Staff is coordinating with the Ocean Protection Council and the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project to reconvene the Science Advisory Panel on CECs in aquatic ecosystems. And that panel will update their risk prioritization framework from their most recent 2012 report to address classes of chemicals, structurally related chemicals, and data poor chemicals. And they'll also assess the sources, pathways, and rates of inputs of CECs to aquatic ecosystems. And staff will use these recommendations from this reconvened Science Advisory Panel to inform our management decisions regarding CECs in aquatic ecosystems. So the plan is for the panel to meet the first time this fall, and they will aim to release a report in early 2022. Next slide. So as you've heard, many of the items we've talked about today, such as the volumetric annual report and the wastewater change petition checklist, are kind of in the final stages of development, and staff plans to wrap those up over the coming months. Staff plans to present the first year of volumetric data to the board as an informational item in the fall. And then over the next year, among other items, staff is going to be ramping up work on salt and nutrient management plan implementation, as well as continuing to assist the regions in implementing the CEC monitoring requirements and continuing to develop those tools to assist the regions in updating their recycled water permits. So taken together, these actions assist in helping to move California forward and encouraging the use of recycled water as a drought resilient water supply that will help prepare us for the future. Next slide. So listed here are contacts for getting assistance with GeoTracker or for general recycled water related questions. And then additional resources and help guides can also be found on our website, which is listed at the bottom. Thank you for your time today, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. McClellan, and thank you so much as well to all our colleagues in the program. It's a really exciting suite of activities that are undergoing right now. When we think of these projects, these are some of our most resilient projects, and characterized, again, the use of greater use, beneficial use of our waters otherwise, and are very critical. And I think when I reflect on some of the work, not unlike just say our responses around other contaminants of emerging concern like PFAS or what have you, there are considerations here both on the division of water quality, the division of drinking water, and also water rights ultimately when we talk about how we approach these projects, how we approve them, and again continue to pursue that maximizing of their beneficial use, these waters. And so just thank for all of you for the incredible work, creative work, collaborative work that goes on quietly, much quietly in this space, given the sometimes very political things that may be before the board that sometimes get a little more attention. So just thank you for that thorough, quiet work. And I don't have too much more that I would ask question about. Again, I think it was incredibly thorough and just appreciate the work. Open it up to my fellow board members, though, for some question or comment. Let me quickly take a look. We do have, I think, one public commenter if Mr. Deach is able to join us, but otherwise don't have public comment for the item.
And just to be clear, Chair Esquivel, Mr. Deach has not joined the board meeting at all today.
Okay, thank you. Fellow board members, any further thoughts?
Just second your comments and your thanks and your acknowledgement of the great work that staff has done. I remember when the board and board staff first embarked on a recycled water policy, and what a long road we've traveled, and seeing the report, the presentation today really hits home to me in terms of just the progress that has been made, as well as the additional work yet to come. But it's been a significant effort, and I'll add my thanks to that of the chair, to staff, and all the stakeholders really for engaging in this process and making this happen.
And I'll just add, again, thank you for the presentation today. I had the privilege of being able to vote on the recycled water policy amendment at my first board meeting. So this one holds a special place in my heart, but also because of the importance of recycled water as a future and current water supply source. So as we continue to work on direct potable reuse regulations in coming years, a lot of the work on CECs and other efforts that you're undertaking here are going to help inform development of those policies as well going forward, because truly we can't maximize use of this resource while protecting human health first and foremost without that incredibly important information. And then I also just wanted to put in a plug for the wastewater change petition piece, not to underplay the benefit that in some cases wastewater discharges actually provide to our ecosystems as well, particularly especially in Southern California and a number of streams where discharges are helping to support aquatic life and other beneficial uses in those watersheds. And so the wastewater change petition process, just for people who don't know, is really the Division of Water Rights and the board's responsibility to do that balancing in weighing the opportunity to use more water for recycling against some of the benefits that that discharge provides in stream. And so I'm really excited to hear that the checklist is almost done and that stakeholders will be able to use that in that, I think, really important process to help sort out the details behind, what does that balancing look like. So thank you again for staff's work on that.
I have a question, echo all of that, and also just really appreciate the update on this program. I just think I'm really looking forward to continuing to get updates. I think this is exciting and vital program. One question I had, as we were today, we've had our SGMA informational item, and one of the pieces of this are the salt and nutrient management plans. And you all highlighted, I know staff highlighted some convening to help work with, sounds like regional boards and stakeholders to help provide tools and help provide tools and resources and guidance on how to review salt and nutrient management plans, I think. But can you provide a little bit more information? It sounds like that was this fall, planned to be this fall. It seems like that's a really important piece, I think is, similar to SGMA in that these are locally developed plans, but we want to figure out how we are, as both the regional board and state boards, supporting their success in accomplishing their goals and have a lot of new tools, but also want to make sure that we're providing those tools and helping integrate how these different planning efforts intersect with each other. So I was really excited to hear that that's planned, and would love to hear more about what that entails.
Thank you. Yeah, it's in the early stages of planning, so we don't have a developed agenda yet. I will say on the connection with salt and nutrient management planning and the GSPs developed under SGMA, it's something that we contemplated quite a bit during the policy amendment process of how can we crosswalk those two better. And our staff report, we had a lot of discussion back and forth with our SGMA team as well as with DWR. And our staff report has a pretty good analysis of all the similarities and differences between the two, and there are a lot of overlapping requirements. So it's our hope that the GSAs will take a look at that and evaluate those similarities and see that there's a lot of opportunity for reduced effort and planning on their part. But there are some elements that are unique to salt and nutrient management plans that are not required under SGMA. So that's where it's sort of on those GSAs to make a decision to incorporate those additional requirements. So I really appreciated the SGMA item earlier, and we've been talking with Ms. Dork and her group quite a bit over the past couple of years. And I think we'll continue to have that conversation and plug in and find ways that we can connect into those efforts. Laura?
So I'll just put an emphasis on it. We spent a lot of effort in the development of the salt nutrient management, in the recycled water policy, trying to see if we could substitute one for the other, essentially just incorporate the pieces into both. That wasn't doable, but there is no reason for a GSA or a salt nutrient management to reinvent those portions that overlap. And so we described those in I think excruciating detail in the staff report, so that folks could see that this piece is needed for both and should be used for both. And so we're hopeful that people will do that, and we will continue to provide direction and support for folks to do that.
And just to clarify, is the convening this or discussion this fall focused on convening both the stakeholders that are putting together the salt nutrient management plans and the regional boards, or is there are we addressing those two separately?
Yeah, so the summit this fall initially will be with regional board staff as well as state board staff as appropriate, to kind of share experiences and history and what's working and not working and different regional differences, which are pretty significant for this program. And then I think we'll, through that, identify the kinds of outreach that we could best assist in and how we could best kind of play a role in that as needed or not.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, board member, and thanks for the exchange. Anything else from folks? Okay, hearing none, just thanks again. Really appreciate the great presentation and work. I think to board member Firestone's point, there are ways that this definitely does and will continue to interact with a lot of other efforts out there. Making sure that we have the benefit of some alignment is good, and just being able to have a little more definition as to what events will be coming up soon will be helpful. So just thanks again, really appreciate it. Now we'll move on to our next item, which is item number 7. And that is an update on the status of the underground storage tank leak prevention program and the underground storage tank cleanup program and the cleanup fund. Appropriate timing given, I think, some of the budget discussions that are out there around the fund and what it can be used for. But thank you, Ms. Barclay. Good to see you.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Diane Barclay. I am the Underground Storage Tank Cleanup Fund Manager. And I'd like to give you our annual update that we always do this afternoon. And usually we do that with the Underground Storage Tank program, or our sister program in the Division of Water Quality. But given that Rust just came over to us last year, we're working also very collaboratively with the leak prevention program from Water Quality. And so we thought we would give you a holistic look, a brief holistic look at these 3 programs together and how they interact. So we have Laura Fisher from Water Quality to do the leak prevention portion. Matt Cohen from the UST program will go next, and then I'll finish up with the cleanup fund. So Laura, you're on.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you, Janine. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Laura Fisher. I am chief of the Underground Storage Tank Leak Prevention Unit and Office of Tank Tester Licensing. This item is to give you a brief update on what the remainder of our single wall tanks are here in California, as well as what we refer to as our single wall tank initiative. Next slide, please. Thank you. Just some brief statistics here I wanted to just cover. In California, the State Water Board takes lead on the UST program. We coordinate closely with Cali PD and their unified program. Currently across the state, we have 80 local implementing agencies and just over 300 inspectors across the state implementing our underground storage tank program. California's UST program currently has 37,000, just over 37,000 underground storage tanks across the state at 13,600 facilities. That includes things like your corner gas stations, emergency generators, all different types of UST, storing everything from petroleum to hazardous substances. California has one of the largest programs in the nation. California has typically led the nation in terms of the leak prevention program. And as we continue to develop our program over the years, we're now working with other states as well as other countries in those countries and states modeling their programs after many of our attributes that we currently implement. So that's one of the benefits of our program is not only does California benefit from the water quality aspect, other states and countries are also benefiting from emulating our program. Just some current statistics. Our local implementing agencies are conducting annual inspections of those 13,000 facilities. Unfortunately, what we've learned as we've obtained more and more data is the compliance rate with the regulatory requirements is relatively low. I think this will be an upcoming challenge, especially in light of Jared Blumenfeld's recent memo on enforcement expectations. So I anticipate that number to increase as we put some more efforts in working with our local implementing agencies to bring more facilities into compliance. Next slide, please. So just, again, this update is to just give you an update on the single well tank initiative and what that entails. In 2015, the legislature adopted legislation requiring the removal of all single wall components by December 31st, 2025. The initiative is to focus on removing as many single wall tanks as we can before that deadline and to prevent the abandonment of underground storage tanks as we get close to that deadline. There were some specific elements to the initiative, and that focuses on locating all of these single wall tank systems throughout the state, working with owners and operators in terms of outreach and education to discuss with them deadlines, the REST program, the cleanup fund. And again, our real focus here is to minimize the number of abandoned tanks that we have in 2025. And I'll give in the next couple slides some details about some of our activities related to the initiative. Next slide, please. This slide simply just represents our current single-walled inventory. We have 2,800 single-walled tanks and piping systems left in the state at 1,146 facilities. That's about 12% of our inventory across the state. I will mention here, I think most of the states across the nation have single wall underground storage tanks. There's very few states that do require double wall. And it wasn't until 2018, just recently, that the federal government started requiring double walled underground storage tanks in some specific situations. So we are leaps and bounds ahead of most states, as well as some other countries. Our closure progress is still relatively slow. As you can see, our projection still leaves us with a good number of single wall storage tanks if we continue on at the trend we have. So this is what the initiative is for, is to change that trajectory to increase the number of single wall underground storage tanks that are closed before that 2025 deadline. Next slide, please. So the three things that we're really focusing on that we feel the most important to help make the initiative successful is obviously improving the reliability of single wall tank data, messaging and outreach to owners and operators, and to connect our eligible owners and operators with our REST program. Next slide, please. So as you all know, with all of the reporting tools and data systems that we have here at the Water Board, our data is only as good as the data that we put into it. So we've been working with our local implementing agencies over the last few years to ensure that the data that is getting into what we refer to as the California Environmental Reporting System, which is a reporting tool for owners and operators and our local implementing agencies to input their compliance, their design and construction information. We've been working with our agencies to ensure that that data is accurate and complete. So we now have a very confident perspective of where all of these single wall tanks are, where all of these single wall piping systems are. That improves our ability to focus on specific owners and operators. Next slide. So as we talk about the specifics in identifying those individual single wall sites, what we've learned over time is general outreach and education is only effective to some extent, but what we found is site-specific outreach and education is the most effective. So we, along with some other staff and some of our contractors with assistance, have helped us to set up a system where we're working through phone calls and site-specific correspondence. Also, we'll be doing site-specific visits with these owners and operators, and really trying to create that relationship to educate owners and operators about the deadline, educate them about the sunset of the cleanup fund, and to really help connect them with the REST program. Small businesses, obviously small businesses struggle in today's economy and have for some time. Most fueling systems, the money is not made for the businesses at the pump. It's made from the Twinkies and the sodas and all the other fun things inside a convenience store. So we want to make sure that we don't have gaps in fueling infrastructure. So working with the individual owners and operators to connect them with the REST program is critical for us in terms of helping them fund the removal and replacement of those systems. But what we've learned from those interactions from owners and operators are the same that we heard back in 1998 when the state of California and all the other states had to upgrade their UST systems. What every owner said back then was, my system is not leaked, I don't need to do anything with it. And then also there's an understanding, I guess, amongst the regulated community that they believe the deadline will be extended. So we're really trying to preface our outreach and education that our studies show that UST systems have releases and that we've not heard anything with respect to any extensions. And so really trying to, again, fit them into working with them site-specific, and then also getting them into the REST program, which kind of leads into my next slide. What we've learned using the information from SWRS, the California Environmental Reporting System, we can glean a lot of information about businesses from SWRS, and it looks to us about 25% to 30% of the businesses that have single wall underground storage tanks or piping would be eligible for the REST grant or the REST loan. Those numbers are relatively low. So fortunately this year, there's a new bill in the legislature that would not only extend the sunset date of the REST, but it would also expand eligibility. So with that expansion of eligibility for small business owners to obtain grants and loans, we're hoping that more of them will take that opportunity to replace those systems rather than leave them abandoned across the state of California. Next slide. One of the things are always timely. This is one of the things that's currently happening is, and I threw this into the presentation again because it was timely. Typically, underground storage tanks are warranted for about 10 years. And there are some states in the nation that have a limit on the number of years that an underground storage tank can be in use, and that usually for those states hovers about 10 years. Our single wall underground storage tanks are between 37 and 45 years old. At that age, we are now seeing catastrophic failures. So it is not common for us to see from our local implementing agencies catastrophic failures from USTs. This last January, this tank, it's a small tank, it was from an emergency generator tank system, is a 1,000-gallon tank and had a 650-gallon release. Again, a completely catastrophic failure. Next slide. So these are just some photos that show how this tank system failed and what we're seeing, this consistent trend across other tank systems. This is a single wall fiberglass underground storage tank. These tank systems are made on a mandrel and the end pieces are put on the bulkheads of the tank. And here you can see bulkhead separation, which is how the tank lost 650 gallons of fuel. This tank is well over 35 years old and obviously has reached its lifetime. Next slide, please. This next slide, if that tank failure had not happened, this was definitely an imminent threat as well. We have structural rib damage here. Most of the tanks in California that are left, 75 to 80% of them are this exact type of design and construction, fiberglass. So we're starting to see structural damage, which eventually will lead to releases. Next slide. In that particular situation, the leak detection equipment did work. It identified a catastrophic release so that the owner could immediately respond and pump the fuel out of the ground and conduct the excavation. So that's just a recent example, but that is something that we are currently seeing across the state. Every program here at the Water Board has a little bit of a story, and I like to use this slide to tell our story. This graph represents 30 years of release data. The last 14 years, as you can see, is relatively low number of releases. So this is the percentage of releases over time. And as you can see, after 2004, we significantly decreased our releases and we've become fairly static in low numbers of releases, which I'll give you some numbers in just a minute. So the blue line represents California. The red line represents the national numbers. We are significantly lower. We're almost four times lower than the national average. And again, we're at 0.05% release rate. The story about this graph is with each of those blue peaks in California, those are all upgrade deadlines. Those are all construction activities. So what this tells us is a majority of our releases are small releases that end up in cases that require remediation. For example, those are detected during construction activities. So in 1998, we had an upgrade requirement that resulted in a significant number of construction activities, again in 2002 and 3, and then also in 2004. So that is our story. You start to see those peaks when we do construction. We've not had many construction upgrades. We've had none since 2004, actually, and so that's why you've seen the numbers go down. But also that is due to our design and construction requirements. We've required double wall systems with very strict monitoring requirements since 2004. And since 1984, our systems have been double walled. So our numbers will remain low until we start removing the remainder of these single wall underground storage tanks. Next slide. So this slide represents our current number of releases over the last 2 years. These numbers are significantly lower than any other state, like I said, and also nationally. So in 2018, we had 3 new releases that came from newer underground storage tank systems where the leak detection equipment identified a leak. The same for 2019, there were only 2. The new discovery of an old release, those are typically found during property transactions. So in 2018, we had 64 new unauthorized releases. In 2019, we had 57 But almost all of those numbers, except for those 2 and 3 newly accruing releases, those all come from property transactions where they did a phase 1 or a phase 2 assessment. So those are old releases that are newly discovered. And so most of those go on to be remediated. These are only numbers that require remediation. So the numbers of releases are actually higher, but they don't require remediation. They're small releases that don't require any work. So our numbers are looking really good. Next slide. So I threw this slide in at the end just so that we have a projection of where we think we're going to be in 2025. With all of the single wall tank removals, obviously we're going to see that number go up because of the releases that occurred from those single wall storage tank systems. We should still be below the national average, but we will see our numbers increase. That'll be another one of those peaks that'll tell our story. Then that peak will drop and then we'll settle back down again. And there's some numbers that we typically kick around in the program, whether it's, we anticipate whether there would be 30% of the tanks have releases or 50% of those might have releases. That's the range that we're working with. But this is what our story will look like in the future, a peak, and then we'll drop off again. And that concludes my presentation, and I will now turn it over to Mr. Cohen.
Good afternoon, board members. This is Matt Cohen. Is that any better? I'm getting a bunch of feedback. Is that happening for everyone?
There was there for a moment, but I think you're good now.
Yeah, I think we just had Laura's microphone still live, so it's off now.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm the unit manager for the underground storage tank cleanup and GeoTracker unit at Division Water Quality. And today I'll be giving you an update on the cleanup program. Next slide, please. So a little brief history. To date, we've closed over 39,000 cases. That's 93% of our total universe of underground storage tank release cases in California. We have 407 closures in the 18-19 federal fiscal year. Of what's left, we have approximately 2,500 cases left. That's split between 1,800 with the regional boards, 700 with the local agencies. Funding, about 1,450 have active cleanup fund claims and 1,050 have no cleanup fund claims. And as Laura mentioned, our numbers of new cases are dramatically decreasing based on the efforts of the leak prevention program. Next slide, please. So this slide is the closure rate. So it's the total open caseload divided by the number of closures in that given year. So it's a percentage of the caseloads closed each year. As you can see, through the early 2000s, our closure rate was relatively flat to decreasing. The resolution 0942, the actions to improve the UST program, we saw a jump in the closure rate, and then again with resolution 1262 or the low threat closure policy. But as you can see, we've dropped off significantly since the low threat closure policy increase, and we're flattening out again. Next slide, please. So why are we flattening out? We take a look at our current portfolio. We did an analysis of the average or the case age, the age in status, time in specific status, and the status, and we kind of came up with this algorithm, and we estimate that about 26% of our cases, our remaining open cases, can be closed in the next 1 to 2 years. 41% can be closed in 2 to 5 years, and then 33% it's 5 or more years. And that 33% is really what we're calling the stalled cases. And this is, you know, we're as I mentioned before, we've closed over 93% of all cases statewide. And what we're left with is the more difficult cases. So, and as I said, we're calling those stalled. So they tend to have unresponsive or unwilling RPs, responsible parties, complex site conditions. They may be ineligible for site cleanup. These stalled cases require much more staff resources. And we need, as a program, we need to develop new business rules and tools to address these stalled cases. Next slide, please. This slide just gives you a breakdown of that 1 to 2, 2 to 5, and 5+ years per regional board and local agency. Next slide, please. So what are we doing about stalled cases? We have a stalled case initiative. So historically, we had a place-based contractor, a contractor through US EPA that we had at the LA Regional Board Office, and that person helped the regional board staff with some of these more difficult case management things, and that was successful. So we decided to apply it statewide. And so we have this stalled case team, and we collaborate between the state water board staff, regional board staff, US EPA staff, and then the federal contractors. And so what we do is we pick the 20 worst cases from each agency. We met in person and we developed individualized case strategies for each of those cases, and provided assistance implementing those strategies, and we continue to follow up on a quarterly basis and add new cases to the initiative. Next slide, please. So the results are slow. You know, in the past year and a half, 2 years, we've seen some results though. So we've gotten 77 enforceable directives and 61 informal. We've gotten NOVs or draft ACLs for 19 cases. We've secured funding for 70 additional cases, and we've got 19 applications pending. So this is where the contractor will hold the responsible party's hand and help them fill out the application. We find that there's a lot of unsophisticated responsible parties that don't have the ability to go and figure out how to apply for funding. And so that's really been a helpful effort, is having the contractor go and walk them through the process. We've seen field work happen at 50 sites, and 34 have work plans in place. And then we've gotten 59 cases closed and 25 are in progress. Next slide, please.
I got to jump in. That's like the slide of the day. This slide, we've got to keep it. We could use it for a number of items.
just the beating your head against the wall. That's what it feels like sometimes, and it you know, as I mentioned, it's slow work, but you know, it's really meaningful and it's really valuable. We also have added. Sorry, did you have something else?
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to say, I think, you know, us board members could probably appreciate having a few of those comments around.
We've also added a new enforcement team. So we got a dedicated UST cleanup attorney. That attorney is supported by Office of Enforcement staff. We've also added an EPA-funded contractor. The enforcement team has been meeting with the regional boards to identify regional board priorities, helping train them to tee up cases for enforcement, and really working on getting them to actively engage in case management. Next slide, please. Another effort is project planning. We think that project planning is really important, that especially with these stalled cases where the responsible party or consultant really isn't driving the process, that we need to have a thoughtful process about, you know, what are the impediments to closure and how are we going to solve them. And so we think that it will increase cleanup efficiency, cost effectiveness. We think that regional boards should be working with stakeholders, identifying obstacles, developing goals and milestones, and then following through and following up. Next slide, please. And this sort of goes back to Resolution 1262, the implementation of the low threat closure policy. It required path to closure plans. They help with project planning. You know, we can look and see how long these cases are going to be around. They also guide responsible parties and consultants. They tell them, you know, what is expected. And we have an easy form in GeoTrack so that workers can fill it out. They can identify the impediments and they can identify the steps to resolve those impediments. And we took a look at those path to closure plans. We thought that 31% of them looked thorough and like they would meet their goals. 32% had a closure date that they expected the case to be closed, and that date had been exceeded. So obviously those path to closure plans hadn't been updated. 22% didn't have sufficient information. You know, they might say, I need a work plan or something, that they met their requirement that they filled out the path to closure plan, but it wasn't a thoughtful plan that was going to get us to the end game. And then we saw 15% that had no and or incomplete path to closure. So we think that this is a really important place that we can, an important place for improvement, an important place where we can make some more progress. So we're working with regional boards to do that. We're having path to closure meetings. So Division of Water Quality staff is facilitating meetings between the responsible party and the regional board to develop these path to closure plans. And we're working on trainings as well. Office of Enforcement helps provide a training in November 2018. Next slide, please. We're also starting a new portfolio assessment called Comprehensive Case Review. This will be similar to the Cleanup Fund's 5-year review process. We're going to assess each non-cleanup fund case, excuse me, and kind of put them into these 4 bins that it's going well. They have a good project plan, and seems like things are working as they should. We might recommend that they have a path to closure meeting to improve their path to closure plan. We might recommend it for the stalled case initiative, or we may find that cases are closable and we would go through our dispute resolution process with the lead agency. And then on the back end of this portfolio assessment, we'll provide assistance to the regional boards and local agencies as needed. Next slide, please. Just to give a quick update on the UST cleanup program's response to COVID-19. Our work has been deemed essential, particularly where human health exposure is involved. We've had a quick transition to working from home using SharePoint and GeoTracker. For the last several years, most of the documents that are received from responsible parties and consultants come in through GeoTracker, and we can review those easily internally. And then routing our documents, we've been using SharePoint. Some non-critical work has been delayed, but we're starting to see that pick back up and that work continue again. And then EPA continues to support our program through these times and offer assistance as we need it. Next slide, please. So future challenges, Laura mentioned the removal of single wall systems. We talk about how this program is winding down and that, you know, we have 2,500 cases and last year we closed 400. And so you can imagine by 2025, we may not have that many cases. And so, you know, we're projecting we may have upwards of 500 new cases at around that deadline, 2025. And that may overwhelm our staff resources. If by that time we only have 200 cases and we add an additional 500 cases, that may be a challenge. And so we're looking for ways to incentivize early removal of those tanks so we can get those started and can better plan for the end of for that removal deadline. Also, the cleanup fund is scheduled to sunset at that time. And so what does funding look like after that time, and what does the financial assurance look like for existing tank owners? Next slide, please. And then, you know, what do we do with this program as we have this diminishing caseload? And really, I think our challenge is to figure out how to transition the resources that we have and the successes that we have in this program to the site cleanup program, where really we think that the biggest health concerns are in that program, that those are the things that really impact human health. Those are the things that impact drinking water wells. And so how do we take the good parts of what we've done here and transition that over, and including the financial resources. That's been a big part of why we've been successful, that the Cleanup Fund has supported our efforts. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. I'll turn it back over to Diane, unless you have any questions for me.
Hey, this is Laurel. I just wanted to mention, and I think this is inadvertent, but when we do our enforcement, I don't believe that we use force or firearms or other violent enforcement actions. And so I felt like with the graphic on that slide, as opposed to the one before that, I just, I think especially right now with police violence, and it's a pretty sensitive topic. So I think we should just clarify how we do enforcement at the State Water Board, and that we don't use force, physical force or firearms or violent enforcement actions in our enforcement activities.
Yes, I apologize. I think that slide was before the current.
Yeah, I figured. Thanks.
Hello, this is Diane again. Eligible, reasonable, and necessary to clean up releases that happen from their tanks. Next slide, please. So the question has come up, how are you guys doing during COVID? And I can say happily that I think we're at about 90% efficiency. We're the duck that's gliding smoothly through the water with the wild paddling underneath, I hope. We have had partial telework, and that made a switch to full telework easier. We have no at-risk staff coming in the office. We have no more than 8 at a time on the office floor. And we did a survey to identify what the needs were for all our staff so that they could be more efficient and productive at home. And we did move to electronic processing as much as we can. We are a really mature program though, so we still rely to a reasonable degree on some paper files. And we have electronic routing of documents. All of our staff have either virtual desktop or a VPN, and our meetings are online. We're having a little bit of difficulty with electronic signatures, but we're doing them, all the ones that we can, electronically. Next slide, please. So hopefully we haven't seen a decline in customer service. That is one of our real focuses at the fund. And along those lines, we continue regular stakeholder fund meetings, and our fun FUN meetings. If they're not fun, then something's wrong. So we want to make sure that we have that communication and claimant and consultant input, and that we're responsive to their needs. We have a general phone line and a general email, and we have quarterly opportunities for folks to tell us how things are going. Next slide, please. So our funding source is a 2-cent per gallon storage fee on petroleum stored in underground storage tanks. And amazingly enough, that's been generating about $342 million per year. But we're looking at some reductions, some pretty severe reductions probably due to COVID, because people are not moving around like they used to and using fuel. So our annual appropriation authorizes $200 million per year for reimbursements. And our additional funds that come in are directed to some sub-accounts that I'll talk about in a minute, and some cleanup fund administration. And we pay some salaries and some regulatory oversight. Next slide, please. So some statistics for you. We've reimbursed more than $4 billion since 1992. That's a lot of cash. We still expect $1.6 billion available until we sunset at the end of 2025. And I think just because that's such a lot of money, and looking at a recovery potentially from a recession that we're in right now, we had our economist from Office of Enforcement get some numbers from our financial group, and they did an analysis. It looks like we've contributed 5,600 jobs and $1 billion worth of wages over the last 5 years to the state's economy. And projections, even with a reduction, include about 2,000 jobs annually and 106 million. So we are thinking that we could be a meaningful part of the state's economic recovery here. And looking at our balance right now, it's about 900 million. That's because the fee's been generating so much, but we have done projections that we're going to need that money to reimburse claimants, and the May revised by the governor just proposed to borrow 500 million of that. So we'll see what happens there. Next slide, please. So here are some claim statistics. We have accepted about 16,000 claims, and of those, we have paid and reimbursed and closed almost 11,000 of those. And I love these numbers because they're probably changed a couple times since I've been talking to you. We have 3,500 or so open claims, but we're activating them as fast as we can. I'll talk about that in the next slide. And so the claims on the priority list are dropping. That number's probably lower right now. And at any given time, we have a few claims on suspension for needed information, and we're reviewing a small number of them as they come in or they're activated. Next slide, please. So the reason those numbers are changing so quickly is once a claim is determined eligible, we issue what's called a letter of commitment, and that commits us to providing funding and reimbursement for the corrective action costs. And we made it a goal to issue 950 of those in fiscal year 18-19. We beat it by 1, and we've already issued over 900 this year. That's why we're looking at 4 a day. So those numbers are moving. And at that rate, we're not going to have a priority list anymore in 15 months. So all the claims will be activated and we'll be issuing LOCs as they come in. We're kind of proud of that. And next slide, please. So the reimbursement story. Fiscal year 18-19, we paid out 55 million, and that doesn't look so great, but I would remind you that that was the year of conversion to fiscal. And we had a pretty big square peg that had to go into a pretty small round hole to get our complex program in there. And I just can praise our staff and accounting and our claimants for having patience with us, because we've righted that ship. And in this fiscal year, we have paid out 184 million, and we're about to hit, actually we probably already have since the deadline passed, since I submitted this, 2 million. We've hit our spending authority for the first time ever. And we have another $80 million sitting there that we can't pay because we don't have the authority, but we can pay that on July 1st. So that's a testament to, I think, all of the communication between us and the claimants, and they are submitting things to us in a form that's easier for us to process. We've streamlined our processing procedures, which we've been working on for a long time, and that's the way we were able to do that. Next slide, please. So where did all that money go? We have 4 priority levels, 4 priority classes. The A priority is the highest priority. Those are individuals with heating oil tanks and situations like that. B are small businesses. The A's got about $1 million. The small businesses got about $27 million of that pie. And C's are the medium-sized businesses. They got 20 million. And if you look at that big block on the end there, that's the large corporations, the major oils. They got the biggest portion, but we are now activating only D-level claimants because we've already activated all the rest of them. So that's why the money's going there. Next slide, please. So with such a big fund, there's obviously the potential for fraudsters to come and try to get some of it. So we have a very good working relationship with our Office of Enforcement. It's a great deterrent. If we see something that looks false or misleading, or if the regulatory community does, they refer to us all the time, or the public, then we can have Office of Enforcement look into it. And they do that, and we work with them to provide them what they need. We've so far disqualified 10 firms and 13 individuals permanently from the fund. And we've had 2 criminal actions, 4 civil actions, and 3 administrative actions. So we like to pay out money, but we also like to make sure we're paying it to the right folks and for the right reasons. Next slide, please. Review summary reports are actually the backbone of what we do. They're required, I think Matt talked about them, if a claim's been in the fund 5 years or more. So we take a look at those claims, our technical staff does, we evaluate the path forward toward closure and how effective the actions have been to protect the environment and public health. And we're on a pace to do 400 of those this year. Next slide. We have some other funds under our umbrella, and if a site is not, especially a stalled case, is not eligible for the fund, we certainly try to find funding for them in some way. One of these accounts we can look at is the emergency abandoned or recalcitrant. This is a fund that we have $5 million annually for, and the regional board or the local agency nominates a case where they have someone, either a true emergency or a site that's abandoned or a recalcitrant responsible party. And we have a contractor that works on those. We have about 50 of those sites right now. And we have the ability to recover those costs by putting liens on the properties. Next slide, please. Another fund that we really love to use and get people into is the Orphan Fund. And this is sort of like the brownfields, but that's not around anymore. But this is where the grantee is not eligible for the cleanup fund. They didn't really have anything to do with the release or know anybody that caused the release. It is a petroleum release. And this is a picture of the Gateway project in Carson, one of the projects that we're really happy about. It was an abandoned gas station. And now it's a mixed use affordable senior housing and retail, and it's right across the street from the city hall there. So that's what the Orphan Fund can do. And we have probably about $8.5 million still in there. Next slide, please. So ECAP, this is another really great success story. This is to expedite claims, actually for sites that are active, that are fund sites. We've had 225 sites go into this program where we have a joint execution team with the consultant, one of our staff, the regulator, and the responsible party, and they figure out how they're going to close the site, put together a plan to get it closed. We've closed 34% of the sites or initiated closure on those, and we've had 32 already closed. So it's about $100,000 we're saving and a year at least on each one of these. So we're very pleased with that program. Next slide. Our site cleanup sub-account is our newest and maybe most exciting program. This is a program where we can fund projects that are not necessarily petroleum. Maybe they're more toxic compounds such as solvents, metals, from platers or industrial facilities. We have 87 projects funded here, and the emphasis on these is human health risk and disadvantaged communities. That's where we focus our efforts. And so we also have made 90 million in awards there. We have tons of applications for this program. We actually had to take a breather at the direction of our exec and MCC because we needed to figure out how to prioritize them all. So we've got 4 of those closed already too. Next slide, please. And our REST program has already been kind of talked about. We did successfully accept that program into the cleanup fund last year. And we have some technical, Laura's Fisher's group provides technical expertise still too on the beginning side for the leak prevention and the single well tanks. And she already talked about AB 3039, so I won't do that again. So next slide, please. I think that's the end. If you have any questions.
No, my only comment is one similar to the water recycling item where I just appreciate the quiet good work that has continued to go on in this program. Excuse me. I think that as we've heard today, it's been a long arc in this program, and it's really critical that we continue to see it through its completion. And I appreciate that there's thought being given as to how we transition after the sunset period. I know we're in a sensitive time to begin with. Certainly there is a good amount in there. It's because we've been capped at the 200 million expenditure a year from the fund. I think it's rightfully created a pool of resources that's really needed. I think we see that, and I look forward to making sure that we protect this resource, see it as not unlike the other financial resources that the board has that help accommodate what are one huge sort of tasks before us. Certainly these goals of here removing underground storage tanks, but as we know, that has impacts on groundwater. Today's earlier discussion on Sigma, all these programs fit together in a way ultimately that do help us ensure that we're maximizing our beneficial uses of all our water resources. And if not, it's an unaddressed liability. And we already have a landscape of unaddressed liabilities. And so let's, I'm continued and interested in making sure that we just make sure that we, again, transition the program after the sunset period, continue to have these conversations about the impacts of the fund, and quantify the benefits as well to these activities. Again, because otherwise they're left unaddressed and would otherwise not be depress economic activity in communities that usually can least afford to even clean up these sites. So with that comment, just thank you. Again, appreciate the thoroughness of the presentation and open it up to any comments or questions, concerns from the fellow board members. I'll note, I think, one moment, I'm not seeing any public comment cards on this item, so it will just be our discussion here then. So, but again, thank you tremendously. Ms. Barclay, Mr. Cohen, everyone from the program, really appreciate the good, quiet work and critical. So, thank you.
Thank you.
No, definitely. Thank you. Thank you all so much. I mean, there was a time when claimants and consultants would be knocking down our door with, concerns and complaints about things, and I haven't heard a thing in months. So that means thank you. You're doing a great job.
That's what we like to hear. Thanks.
Yeah, I think this was incredibly helpful and really impressive work that the program's done in terms of actually each of these presentations has laid out on the from source control to cleanup and also just on the putting into perspective the demand and impact of this work, and I think helps frame up the next item well. Yeah, just echo that. Really appreciate it. And I think, personally, I feel like since the short time that I've been on the board, I've seen annual updates now, and just feel like there's a lot of learning going on, and just continued excellent progress. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Any other closing thoughts from folks? Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you again. And so being mindful of that we haven't had a break since our lunch break, we could take a short 5 or 10 minute break. We, at this point on the agenda, we have item number 8 and then board member reports at item number 10. I imagine number 10 will be done within 5 minutes or so. I don't see myself taking too much time. So it leaves us with, if we want, we could quickly, I don't want to seem like I'm too much of, it's too insensitive here to the human needs that we have. Hopefully everyone feels comfortable that they should leave their desk if they need, but just want to take the temperature of board members if you feel we should take a quick break, or if we want to transition to item number 8 now then.
I would just tell you that this presentation is much shorter than the last one.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
Well then, sensing, let's just keep going. I appreciate it. Thank you. It was either that or board member or Vice Chair Diadamo was rolling down the river, but
Let's power through. Okay, would you like me to start the next item then?
Yes, please. Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and transition to item number 8 then. We'll keep going here. Thank you.
Great. Well, we usually don't do these together, but I've got double duty today for you. So this is our annual item on the allocation of the petroleum storage fee between our 3 separate funds that it's used for. This was started with SB 445 about 5 years ago. Next slide, please. So I'll be talking about why we're doing this item, give you a little bit of the authority and background, tell you what the status of each of those accounts and programs are, and give you our staff's recommendation for the split of the allocation. Next slide. So the purpose of this item is we are required by statute to give the public an opportunity to comment on the allocation of these funds. And we wanted to give you the information and also hear any board discussion that you might have about what our proposal is. Next slide. Authority and background on this item is that the Health and Safety Code allocates 3 mils, 3/10 of a cent of the existing 2-cent petroleum storage fee, and we are supposed to distribute that between 3 accounts. One of those is the school district account. The other is the petroleum underground storage tank financing account, which is different than just the cleanup fund. That's the rust account. And then the site cleanup sub account that I just talked about at the end of the last presentation. So the 3 mils has generated about 51 million a year. We also expect this to have a decrease due to COVID-19. Next slide. The school district account, this is a very mature program. It does reimburse corrective action costs incurred by K through 12 school districts, not colleges. And it funds cleanups of contamination from the leaking petroleum tanks at those school sites. And we do administer this right out of the cleanup fund. Next slide, please. The Petroleum Underground Storage Tank Financing Account provides grants and loans to small businesses. This is RUST, to comply with UST regulatory requirements. And this can be the single wall tank removal, but it can also be things like monitoring and containment upgrades to their systems and to make it easier for small businesses to do that. Next slide, please. The site cleanup sub-account I just talked about, we can fund some different kinds of cases that are more toxic and more threatening to human health in disadvantaged communities here. And we do have an issue with this one. We realize that we have spending authority for grants that is less than the funds that we have available. So we're working to try to fix that because there is quite a high demand on this program, as you'll see in a few slides. Next slide, please. So the school district account, we have issued all of their letters of commitment. We give them priority treatment. They get them as soon as they come in. We issue them. There's none of them on the priority list. It should say 21, not 12. We just ran a new report of those claims that remain open, and many are nearing closure. So we don't have a real high demand on this fund. The other thing about this fund is if we do run out of money, we can also pay these claims right out of the cleanup fund anyway. So we're hesitant to hang money up in a program that has not, they've used about 800,000 a year on average the last couple of years. So we don't want to tie up money there when we could be using it somewhere else, when we can also accommodate them in any way. Next slide, please. For the petroleum financing account, as Laura talked about already, we've really put a lot of effort here. We have our Red Horse contractor, we've got Laura's group, we've got our own RUST group reaching out. We have EPA contracted staff walking people through applications, knocking on doors. We just have not had the use of this fund that we thought we would have. And so we already have a bunch of money. It's been about a 50-50 split we've put in there. So we're thinking, let's reassess this a little bit. And they do have that deadline that Laura talked about. So that's why we're really trying hard to get people into this fund, into these funds. Next slide, please. Our site cleanup sub-account has an increase in expenditures. It took a little while to get off the ground because it was a new program in 2015. And we've obligated all of our money. We actually have about 24 million a year that has been currently coming in here, but we only have authority for 17. So we need to get that fixed. But we're funding new projects. We have tried to be really good stewards in a new program. So when we give an initial grant for this, it's not for the whole shebang, it's for an initial assessment. And then we come back and look at it again and we find out what else we have to do. And so we funded projects that now are coming back for amendments, and those amendments are for substantial amounts of money. So we're managing more projects and we're increasing, and we also have a list that is being funneled to us by the regional board of sites that they would love to get into this program. Next slide, please. So last year we came before you with the same recommendation. It was not approved by the Department of Finance, and I think the reasons for that were a couple-fold. That was fiscal year, and they wanted to see that we had gotten out more money than we did, and we were hampered there. And also because we had such a flurry of sites coming in, our exec and MCC asked us to kind of pump the brakes a little bit and look at which sites we were going to prioritize. So we did that, and we went before them and got concurrence from them and the regional boards. So we have our prioritization scheme now. But we see increased demand for sites that are in disadvantaged communities and that do have probably a higher human health risk than petroleum sites. Vapor intrusion, public supply wells being impacted, things like that. So that's why we're seeing an increase there, and we're not seeing folks take advantage of rust as much. And even if they do, we have quite a buildup of funds there in our reserve that we can use for that. Next slide, please. So our recommendation is the same as we did last year. We would like to put 15% of it towards rust because we're hoping that our outreach efforts will pay off in the near future as the deadline gets closer. So we don't want to not fund that anymore, but we would like 85% of it to go to the site cleanup sub-account program because we know we have the need and we know that we can use it there. And no additional funds to the school district account because, like I said, we're going to be able to pay them no matter what. And the usage, we think we have a couple of years worth of money in there, and we can reevaluate this every year. Next slide, please. So with this recommended allocation, we would sufficiently fund rust through 23-24. It's not on here, but we're looking at funding the school districts for another couple of years at least, or if something crazy happens with them, we can still fund them. And we would increase SCAP's appropriation by 15 million a year where we know we have a need for it. Next slide. So these are the folks that manage that program for us. Tim Post manages the cleanup accounts section that covers ECAP and SCAP. And Catherine Dominic is our SCAP manager. And Tim Post also does orphan. And of course, if you have any general fund questions, those can be directed to me. And that is all I have. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Fantastic. I don't think I really have much in by way of question other than, again, thanks. But is there anything from fellow board members? Any point of discussion or questions for Ms. Barclay?
I just strongly agree with the recommendation to allocate more to the SCAP program. I think there's a huge demand, as you've laid out really clearly, and I appreciate staff working to make sure that we can better meet that demand and prioritizing human health and also supporting the regions in helping to identify how state funds can accelerate cleanup. So really appreciate this and strongly support it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, board member. Well, thanks again, Ms. Barclay. Thank you for the update, and to board member Firestone's point. Look forward to further discussion.
All right, thank you.
Thank you as well. That leaves us just with and concludes item number 9, or rather, apologize, item number 8. Item number 9 we heard earlier in the day. This is the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act update, and it brings us to item number 10, board member reports. And I'll start by just saying that it has been another 2 weeks of webinars. Continue to get a bit more comfortable, I guess, in some of this appearances and platforms and discussions. Really a lot of briefings as well. And it's, again, I think today was pretty emblematic of what is just a lot of good, quiet work that goes on at the board. And that, again, there are some more politically charged issues before the board, but you look at the day in, day in of our incredible colleagues in the programs, and they are ensuring that our rivers, lakes, streams, bays, and estuaries are clean, that drinking water, clean drinking water is ensured to be delivered in the state. And again, I think I just feel very fortunate for so much of the work that's out there. And so nothing, I guess, to bring up specifically at this point, just again, look forward to what I know. Actually, one thing I will flag was a rather extensive 3-day public participation event that is happening now. Today was day one. Secretary Blumenfeld, Jared Blumenfeld of the California Environment Protection Agency, Secretary Wade Crowfoot from the California Natural Resources Agency kicked off a 3-day fest of discussion about these public platforms and engagement. Certainly, I think given the current discussions around race, around the systemic challenges we face in our society, it's timely to talk about how we lift up voices through these platforms, how we democratize so much of the work that our agencies are involved in, and invite people, all communities, and particularly those that don't have access usually to the sort of decision making or feel that they do, that we're here and we are continue to foster the critical resources that it takes to actually do this work. And so there, want to acknowledge again our patron saint, Michael Loffer, our chief counsel, who has really helped us continue to have a smooth engagement on these platforms, but also Department of IT, Kathy Owens, everyone, I give great, and Janine Townsend, the clerk of our board. I just want to give great thanks and acknowledgement to your continued daily work that allows us to function, has allowed us to function in a very strange time these last couple of months. And we continue to find ourselves in interesting times. And so would end that, of course, it's always open to that creative spirit that we bring to this work. And so want to acknowledge my colleagues and thank them as well for, I know, a lot of daily work that is very interesting in this space for us at this point. So thank you. And open up to other board member reports or just thoughts and reflections as we close out today's board meeting.
Thank you. Very well said. I actually have a couple of items that I wanted to report on, not to engage my colleagues in a discussion, because if we were to discuss any of these items, they would have to be publicly noticed. But I wanted to just let you know that these are items that have come to my attention, and I will be following up with Ms. Sobek and staff on. And if I'm not mistaken, these are things that I think might have come to your attention as well. So one of them is I met with some of the NGOs who filed a petition for the dairy order from the Central Valley Regional Water Board. And it's been, I think, several years since we issued an order saying that we would take it up on our own motion. And they were curious as to what's happening. And so I will be following up with staff on, what the status is, what staff recommendation might be, where we are in that review, because certainly it's been a while. And Mr. Lawford, do you want to jump in now? Or I'm not going to go into any further detail than that.
That's fine. And I was just going to say, we'll go ahead and make sure all the board members have an update on the status of that petition. And we'll get that to you before the next board meeting.
That would be great. And then the other one that I wanted to let you know about is and this is one that I've had some conversation with Mr. Bishop about, and also, again, not something for discussion today, but just a heads up, that I met with a group, again, of environmental organizations about the Cat Canyon Aquifer exemption that is obviously under the, I guess now CalGEM and not DOGGR anymore. But these groups have sent, I believe it was a letter addressed to Mr. Chairman and CC to all the board members, requesting that we intervene in some way with respect to the staff's work on concurring or not with that decision. So again, not for discussion, but certainly this is something I'm taking up with Mr. Bishop and Mr. on, and it's an unusual matter, so I'll just leave it at that. But it certainly has caught my attention.
So following Michael's lead, we are planning actually, as soon as we finish the review of all the comments, to hold briefings for all board members to describe the comments we received and changes or responses based on that.
And then the third thing is something that I know you all have also been made aware of. I've been receiving a bunch of emails from those who are concerned about the letter our executive director sent to the Coastal Commission with respect to the Caliam desalination project. And again, it's not one of those unusual matter, but there's a lot of implication there, obviously, given that we have a CDO that was adopted. And so I, again, would just flag that as something that I've been briefed recently with my staff, and I will be following up with them, as I'm sure you all will be, as we get closer to one of the milestones that is in that CDO. And I'll just end it there.
Okay, well, Tam, thank you for bringing that up. I'm not going to go into any issues here, only to flag that when we send out letters of that significance that we know are on controversial issues, that it's incredibly important to give the board members some advance notice that those letters are going to be transmitted. Unfortunately, in this situation, I actually heard from stakeholders asking me about the letter before I knew the letter even existed. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to, I've already mentioned this to staff, and I don't mean to put them on the spot, and I know it was inadvertent, but I just felt like I should bring that up here.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly, like, I'm sure all of you have a lot of things we could say about that matter, which I'm not going to say right now, but it did raise a lot of questions from process as well as substance.
Yeah, I agree on, and especially just appreciate being able to get information before it goes out, especially on significant and controversial issues that are on behalf of the board.
As chair, I'll chime in and say, as you know, I've taken great care to make sure that we try to improve those lines of communication. And to the extent that there wasn't, and the expectation from me to the executive director, and I know unfortunately the timing is terrible, but Eileen has dropped off at 3:30 here. Otherwise, Ms. Sobek could perhaps remark, but the key here is to ensure that all board members are briefed and don't find out from external parties of whatever it is that gets sent. That includes the chair. So I appreciate, though, that the flagging of the continued need to certainly improve that.
So I have a couple of items to report on. First of all, just ongoing work as we all are all engaged in tracking various webinars. I did want to just report that I participated in Region 3's meeting, their board meeting, and just want to note their interest, their ongoing interest in the SAFER plan. They had some questions about that, and I've tried to connect a few of the board members with our staff. And then, of course, their interest in the research and our role that's going on with wastewater sewer shed research. I also followed PPIC's event on the review of the San Joaquin Valley's GSA that was mentioned here today. Interesting discussion. And then lastly, did just want to indicate that on the most recent letter that went out last night on temperature, that was one of those opportunities that I think that we as board members had an opportunity to participate in, or at least get staff's thinking. I just want to indicate that although it's not the approach that I would have wanted, I do appreciate that through the back and forth that the result of the letter in the last paragraphs, there are several paragraphs at the end that really talk about ongoing dialogue, discussion, collaboration. I'm really looking forward to these discussions, not just in terms of the modeling results that were requested, but also our ongoing education so that we can better understand operations, mortality, the science, and with not just in communications with the Bureau of Reclamation and NIMS, but also with the stakeholders, the water users, and the NGOs. So look forward to improving the relationship and the dialogue there.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate that. And it's hard sometimes. There's certainly 5 of us. We as an agency are a bit interesting in having 5 board members and then an executive director and then so many programs that, again, as we heard today, oftentimes are doing a lot of work, and when and how things come to the board and where it's appropriate, we need to continue to improve. And to your point, when it came to the letter that was sent out, there was that opportunity to check in with board members, and that is appreciated. And I think to your point, the common theme is how do we continue to work together collaboratively? How do we continue to share information and modeling and sophistication around something so critical as the running of large infrastructure projects in the state? And we all have our place and purview. I think back to that puzzle piece image that that staff had up, and it is then requires us, as whether the Bureau of Reclamation or the State Water Board or many of the many stakeholders that these decisions impact, show some homework, help us understand what we're seeing on the landscape, what the options are, what the thought is back and forth, and benefit from what is, I know, a very robust community, not just on the state agency side, but on the NGO side, the academic side as well, to inform how we best move forward. And I think that that's always what the board is looking forward to, wants. We're not here to dictate, I feel, and this is speaking from my seat here, solutions. We want to see the good decision making, and I think that we're not here to preference any one outcome. We're at this moment, and this when we talk about the letter, the temperature management letter, it is about just having better information, understanding around decision making. That is really critical, and particularly these sort of on the edge years on quantity and cold water pool and implications. So anyway. Thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate that. And again, I think there's still space for a lot of discussion on these items here. I think Board Member McGuire, I know you had chimed in on an item. I don't know if you had any further things that you wanted to bring up. I don't know if you had a full opportunity for consideration there.
Sure. Well, like everyone, I've been engaging with a number of the same issues that have already been brought up today, so I appreciate that. It sounds like we're all doing similar things, engaging the best we can through this space. I will say I'm very anxious to get outside again. But I do look forward to these meetings because I do get to see each of you at least in little squares on my screen for several hours. So that reminds me that the world is still out there and we're all still moving forward, so that's good. Just just one workshop, and Board Member Firestone, maybe you attended the same one. I think I may have seen your name on there, but the County Drought Advisory Group recommendations for drought planning for small communities and self-supplied communities. The draft recommendations were released recently, and it's in the public comment period right now. And so DWR hosted a webinar, actually a 2-day webinar, one on the GIS tool for evaluating the risk of those communities for water supply, and also the second day, which is the part I attended, on the recommendations themselves. So I will say that just to add another layer of complexity to an already complex environment, I don't think I saw that in the puzzle piece PowerPoint slide. But local planning and small water system planning for drought resilience is another piece of that puzzle when we're thinking about water quality, water supply challenges, and how we can enable, continued efforts in that space. So it's like a whole nother conversation for another day, but just if you haven't seen the recommendations or been giving some thought to that, I would just suggest you take a look at those and look forward to continuing to work through those, as I am, as you know, very interested in water supply and always concerned about drought. And I bring that up at pretty much every meeting now. And so this is just one of those one of those pieces where there is a lot of work still to do and a lot of opportunity for us to continue to support those water systems and the individuals that can be impacted by drought that could be coming, or whatever that future has in store for us.
I think I just wanted to add, we have released the draft fund expenditure plan for the SAFER program, and you know, we'll be having a advisory group meeting, and I know we'll be just getting public comment on that. Unfortunately, we also had the auction results for the GGRF, which were really, really low. And I think, you know, I really appreciate this administration's and sort of leadership's commitment to making sure that we can figure out how to move this work forward and find backup plans for how to fund the work if that funding source is not able to do it next year. So I know there's a lot of discussions around that, and it remains a top priority, but I also want to flag that that's you know, a major red flag in terms of potential revenue coming in to address that fund expenditure plan that we are going to be discussing, and it just released in draft. And then I also just wanted to mention, you know, I've been, in some ways, I've been able to participate and connect a lot with the regional boards that I'm the liaison with, and it's just, you know, it's just, I think Region 7, for example, still has a lot of vacancies on its board. And so we, you know, I think just want to really encourage folks to help recruit people to apply, and hopefully we'll get some, you know, I think there's a real challenge with just having a quorum there. So I think just wanted to emphasize that need, and also just on Region 9, you know, I think COVID's really hit that region personally, including board member, and there's just, I think we need to make sure that we're, you know, as a water boards family, you know, working to support each other and recognize the impacts that this is having on our fellow board members. And I just appreciate the leadership of, you know, all of the regional boards, and especially been able to appreciate that the ones that I've been more in contact with. And I know there's, in addition, been a number of different work around border issues. You know, the May revise did include funding to implement the New River project, which would help protect the community of Calexico from untreated sewage coming through its community. That's in the May revise. We'll see what ends up happening in the final budget. And for Tijuana river flows, I think there's a lot of discussions, including I think today with the EPA on funding that has been allocated at the federal level in terms of how it's used, and continued work there. So just wanted to mention those updates on border, and you know, otherwise I think board members covered the things that I've been doing.
Great, thank you all. Just quickly, I know Eileen, our executive director, has been able to join us again, and just wanted to pull her up to receive some public lashings. No, I wanted to make sure. Eileen heard, I know there was some dissatisfaction on some process insofar as making sure that we're board members are being aware of letters, the Callahan letter, particularly in this case, Sean brought that up, and board member McGuire, and wanted to make sure that you did hear and were able to help us with us.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, apologies for that, and we'll work to make sure that that doesn't happen again. We obviously send out a lot of correspondence and take a lot of positions, but we do try to make sure, we should make sure that the really significant ones that we touch base and the ones that are going to be controversial or excite controversy, even if the, I guess I'm not always willing to say that the letters are as controversial as people say, but I understood, and I apologize for being offline for a emergency call that came in.
You don't have to apologize about that in the least. Just thank you, Eileen. I did want to just acknowledge and have a moment to just bring it back up. So thank you. And again, thank you, Board Member McGuire.
Sure. I just want to say I appreciate that response. And I know, again, that it was inadvertent, but I felt in this case, I just wanted to mention that it was a concern that came up for me.
Yep, understood.
That's much appreciated. And thank you. That brings us, I think, to the end of our board member reports. Just again, much thanks, everyone. Take care of yourselves. I think just, again, I just want to express my gratitude to my colleagues here on the board and everyone, all my colleagues in our programs and our sister agencies. And again, it's a moment here, particularly as members of government, members and public service, to recommit to so much of the spirit and the need around the work that we do. So just thank you, really appreciate it. And this concludes our meeting, and it is now adjourned. So thank you, everyone. We'll see you at our next meeting on June 16th, 9:30. Thanks, everyone. Bye.